Welcome to all colleagues that are present here in Brussels for this final event of the Proculther-Net 2 project. I am particularly pleased to welcome all of you here and also the colleagues connected online. We are extremely happy to share with you the end of a successful initiative that we have run together and we developed together in the last years. And as you know, this is not the end. It's just the transition from one phase to another. Because thanks to the European Commission and specifically DG ECHO, we have received another funding for another 2 years to continue in our initiative. So before, just for your information, we are in this room 70 people that have enrolled in this event, and we have also over 200 participants registered online, which for us, for being also a small project, if you want, it's a very good, it's a very positive result. And as you can see from this map, the participants are not only from the countries or the institutions that have decided to take part in this project, but they are coming from all over Europe and also beyond the border of Europe, from the US to South America to Africa and Asia. If we focus on Europe, of course, the countries that are part of the project are highly represented, and we are happy about that, but also all the countries that in the last years have contributed, have taken part in the different training and also different initiatives of the project are represented today online. One very important element, and this is just for the registered participants, the people in this room, but we have a similar statistics also for the people registered online that are following online, is the fact that we have reached a shared participation. The audience is not composed only by civil protection experts, is not only composed by cultural heritage experts, but it's a mixture. And that's exactly the overall aim of this project. Okay, the overall aim is clearly to protect cultural heritage. But we have decided, and this is one key element of our initiative, to do it in a joint way. It's not something that has to be done only by cultural heritage experts. It's not only something done by civil protection experts. The protection of cultural heritage has to be done all together. And because by building a joint community is the only key for us to reach the good results. Now, let's go to my special thanks to, first and foremost, to KIKIRPA for hosting us here. We have had a great pleasure to be, have the offer to hold this meeting in this beautiful hall of the Royal Institute for Cultural Heritage of Belgium. And I I thank Hilde de Klerk, the director of the center, for being here to give us this opportunity. Then, of course, I have to thank the European Commission, here represented by Erwan Martel, for the continuous support to this project. And it was really, without you, it wouldn't be possible. And we have tried to do our best within the framework of the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, not only the civil protection mechanism, but also more specifically thanks to the Commission and for this continued support. Then I also would like to thank for her presence, Madam Katarina Leinonen, who is the head of division for peace, partnership and crisis management of External Action Service, that for us it's, let's say, a natural continuation if we want this engagement also with the External Action Service. Due to the change in the geopolitical landscape around Europe, we think it's an area where we have to look into, also the external dimension. And then, of course, we cannot, we have to thank the presence also of Lodovico Folin Calabi from the director of UNESCO Office of Brussels, for the support that was provided in the last phase of the project, and also for the support that will be provided in the future by UNESCO on this initiative. And allow me also to close this round of thanks to Paola Albrito, a long-lasting friend who is now director of United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction, and she found the time to come and join us for this meeting, and it's a great, great pleasure. Thank you. So, I will guide you through the program. Today we will start with a round of introduction from the distinguished panelists I just introduced you, and then we will go deeper in the results achieved by the project itself in the last 2 years. And we will have different presentations from most of the partners that have taken part in the project. Later on, we will have in the afternoon, we will dig deeper in the good practices of external partners to the project, if I may, or that enter in our big family of Proculther-Net, and we think that there is a lot to be learned also from their experiences and a lot to build on for the future. We will also check on, we will dig deeper also in other specific initiatives that are parallel to ours. And I'm sure we will learn a lot from them. And we will finish our project by looking ahead. As I told you already, we were recognized by the DG ECHO for an additional funding of 2 more years, and we will discuss about this project that will be launched soon, formally launched soon, because this project is due to end at the end of this month, so we will start immediately after with the next phase. And allow me, before passing the floor to the colleagues, the distinguished speaker, to also make a special thanks to the colleagues of KIKIRPA who helped us in the organization of this event. Without your support, we wouldn't be here. And also a special thanks to the colleagues of the Italian Civil Protection Department, the Proculther-Net project, and all the other partners, CHW, or Sécurité Civile Française, AFAD, and all the other partners that have actively participated in the activities and in the organization of this event. Without you, we wouldn't be here, for sure. So, thank you very much. I stop here, and it is my pleasure to pass the word to Madame de Clercq.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm Hilde de Clercq. I'm the General Director of this lovely, wonderful institution. Maybe you know it as KIKIRPA. I will explain it, where it is coming from, the name KIKIRPA. So we are a Dutch and a French-speaking country. So the name of our institution is Koninklijk Instituut Kunstpatrimonium, KIK, KIK. And the French name is Institut Royal du Patrimoine Artistique. That's where KIKIRPA is coming from. But I will speak in terms of the institution. That's maybe clearer for you. So we were, let's say, created in 1948, just after the Second World War, where it was clear what the impact, what the effect is of a war on cultural heritage. So our institution was created aiming to centralize research and conservation of Belgium cultural heritage. And I will come later to that point, Belgium, because it's politically challenging in Belgium. We do that on an interdisciplinary way. This means that all disciplines necessary to fulfill our official mission, which is research and conservation of cultural heritage, are in this building. You can compare it as fact as an academic hospital. You enter a hospital, you go to the laboratories where you take a sample of your blood, for example, which analyzed. You pass scientific imaging, where they take photographs, and finally you end up at the doctor, the specialist, that will, let's say, diagnose your complex disease and say what should be done. Exactly the same. Of course, we do not work with humans. We work with works of art, but it's exactly the same. They pass the laboratory, they pass scientific imaging, and then finally they end up with the experts, among which, of course, the conservator restorer, who is giving a complex disease a name of it and what should be done. We have a huge database, ballads, and as little institution, I can say a modest little institution, we were with 120 people. We have one of the biggest database containing more than 800,000 photographs and metadata, which is freely available online, which is really a huge resource in terms of inventory, in terms of what is where. 1948, of course, lots has changed. At that time, 1948, our institution was very well prepared in terms of what to do in times of a crisis. There was a strategy, there was a plan, there were priorities, which objects should be evacuated where. But since then, there was a quite long period of peace by which this knowledge, these competence, in a certain way, faded away. But what is more important, we had reformations in Belgium, which means, so I told you at the beginning, we had the competences of research and conservation of Belgian cultural heritage. But since the Reformation, let's say the governance, the responsibility of the majority of heritage is not at a federal, is not at a national level. It is at the level of communities and regions. If Belgium should, on a political level, represent cultural heritage, you need 7 ministerial seats, 7, which is huge for a small country. This is really what was clear when we had, for example, in 2021, there was a flooding. There, this fragmentation of this responsibility and governance of cultural heritage and was very clear. Ladies and gentlemen, 2024, having a wake-up of the flooding, being in the situation of geopolitical context, which is actually still today, even more, we built up a strategy with a main focus going towards the management of heritage in times of crisis. I told you, Belgium has having 7 types of responsibilities, governance. As a federal scientific institution, we try to federate, we try to glue these 7 levels. We try to organize the cultural sector, so we try to collaborate together with the security sector, with the firemen and the police, and of course, with the civil protection. We are very grateful for this collaboration in a certain way, so there is a high focus also towards training, because what is important, exercise, exercise, exercise. If you have a nice plan and a nice collaboration on paper, it doesn't work without training. So in a certain way, we are a bit the Proculther on a national level. So it's really an honor to host this final event here, not only in the name of myself and my institution, but also in the name of the civil protection in Belgium. It's a real pleasure to host this final event. And let me thank, first of all, my team is a team of Hestel, who is sitting here. It's real girl power, I'm proud of it. But thank all of you, because all of you your job is related to two words, risk and crisis. It's not really works that are fun, that are joy, so we are very brave. Thanks a lot for it, and thank you for your presence.
Thank you very much, Madam and Director. Now it's my pleasure to pass the word to Erwan Martel from the Direction General ECHO. Please.
Does it work here?
Yeah.
Yes, it does. I would like to very much thank Mrs. de Klerk for her words. I think she has really set the scene for what it is about that we are discussing today, with a very concrete example of the situation in Belgium in a very few words. Yes, culture and cultural heritage is a source of identity, of social cohesion and resilience. It is related to the way the society and the government are organized. And of course, we know that cultural heritage is under threat from both man-made and natural hazards. And amidst the current environmental and geopolitical challenges, it is crucial to ensure that cultural heritage is protected across the entire risk management cycle that we see for us working on disaster risk management. So it is for response and recovery, the floods, as you referred to. It's also about prevention and preparedness. Let me take very concrete examples. We can think of Ukraine, the war now, and we know that culture is directly targeted. The director of UNESCO this morning was telling me again that last night in Lviv, the UNESCO site was deliberately targeted by the Russians, so a church, so voilà. But there are also very good examples. I saw in the bulletin of Proculther the good example of the ALIF project on the heritage ambulances, very good way of addressing challenges. We know, I'm French, and we know in France what was the impact on the mobilization around Notre-Dame de Paris, on what it meant as a symbol, but also as a concrete step in terms of heritage, on how it is also benefiting other projects. And also how we learned. I was in another event some weeks ago, and a team explained us how a firefighting robot was tested in this particular environment of the cathedral. And indeed, some sort of challenges are specific to cultural heritage and help to resolve other problems across the civil protection issues. And of course, we could think of other examples, the flooding in Belgium and Germany, the Valencia flooding. Valencia, yes, 200 people died, but also 200 buildings apparently were destroyed. And also in that context, I heard that we saw the fact that a number of churches were not usable anymore, which was a sign which had the effect of making it more difficult to mobilize the community because there was no place where to gather people. So we see in that way how much cultural heritage is manifold in the way it is contributing to the society. I want to say that the EU, with all its resources and all its services, are at the forefront of policies and actions for the protection of the cultural heritage. And you see that today with the presence of services of the Commission. Myself, in this afternoon, colleagues from DG Education and Culture will be there. I have my colleague from the external service that will speak after me, Mrs. Leinonen, and she will tell you more about the external dimension of protecting the cultural heritage. We have strategies for that. We have the Preparedness Union strategy of last year, exactly 1 year ago, that aims at creating a culture of preparedness across the whole of society approach, on whole of government approach, with a mindset that is really woven into the population. So, who is better to lead in this endeavor than the sector of culture? We have also another important strategy, which is the Culture Compass for Europe, also of last year, where resilience is at the core. a small quote, as EU that draws on culture and cultural heritage to become more competitive, resilient, and cohesive. So both strategies emphasize the urgency to create and implement crisis preparedness plans, cooperation mechanisms, and procedures in the field of culture and heritage. And both strategies also stress the importance to continue the building the capacity of the member states through concrete initiatives and projects such as Proculther, funded under our Union Civil Protection Mechanism. There are other projects. I would mention, for instance, the READY project funded by the EU through Creative Europe, the culture strand that is that my colleagues of the Education and Culture DG are in charge of. I want to tell you that the EU, and particularly my Directorate General ECHO, is very proud of the work done in the Proculther projects, 3 of them until now, since 2019, 7 years already, 3 cycles, and the 4th one about to start. And Proculther is recognized as a pioneer in the field of protection of cultural heritage, building methodologies, training people, building bridges between communities, particularly the community of civil protection and the community of culture and heritage. I want to underline, and in that sense it's very important to say it, that sometimes we are funding projects with limited sustainability, in the sense that the time of the project is good, but then the project comes to an end. And then what continues? What has been built? I have no doubt that in the case of Proculther, it's not at all in that situation that we are. On the contrary, each time you have proposed a next step that is logically tied to the needs assessment of the previous phase, and the iterations are really a success stories for us. So it is for that reason that we have done something that we don't do frequently, which is to 4 times fund a project. And let's see for the future how to do, and it will remain for us in ECHO and with our colleagues in DGAC also a question how to continue this work, how to continue supporting this. I think, again, we are in a situation where there is a real impact for the sector. So really a big thank you. And in that sense, I would like really to thank two people, my colleague, JP, of DG ECHO, that is the project officer in charge of these projects, and that supported. Thank you, JP. And Tiziana, who is the project manager. So thank you very much to the 2 of you for the very good work that you have done. I would like to underline that we have witnessed a growing interest of the civil protection community in Europe about the importance of protecting cultural heritage. It does not go necessarily without saying, in a way, firefighters, they care first and foremost for the people, and it's normal, it's their function. But also they have realized that it is also important to protect the buildings, and particularly to protect the immaterial dimension of those buildings, so the cultural heritage. So a key element of the work of Proculther on the wider community has resulted in the creation of the Cultural Heritage Protection Module of the European Civil Protection Pool last year. So when it is implemented, that module will mean a better capacity to respond in case of disaster in the form of very typically European, typically UCPM, Union Civil Protection Mechanism tool, a collective, a joint, a pool resource that is implemented. So for the time being, there is no protection team that has been certified, but unregistered, but it is ongoing. And I'm aware that German colleagues of the Kulturgutretter have worked actively on the specifications and tested it in Venice in a MODEX exercise. And I'm aware also that our French colleagues of the Direction Générale de la Sécurité Civile are also actively working on this. And a big thank you to them for all this work that has been done. So the current phase of the project is ending. It's just a step, and it's important to take the time to celebrate the achievements and also think about the future. So in that context, I really would like to very much thank our friends from the Italian Civil Protection. Giovanni, thank you very much for you and your efforts of your service, your effort of your colleagues as well. I would like, of course, to thank very much Belgium that has taken the step on the institute, the KIRPA, so now I know how to say the name, for hosting us today. It's very kind of you. And I also would like, in the interest of time, I could name a lot of concrete initiatives that have been taken, but for us in ECHO, it's important to name the efforts of our colleagues and friends also of AFAD from Turkey, of the German colleagues of the German Archaeological Institute, DRI, the Fondazione al Garten Franceschi Centro Studi Villa Montesca, the Ministry of Culture and Tourism of the government of Castilla and León of Spain, and also THV, the Federal Agency of Technical Relief of Germany, two universities as well, the University of Porto and the Suor Orsola Benincasa University of Italy. So just to tell you again, a big thank you to the partners for all the work that has been put into this excellent project. We look really with excitement to see how the results thus far make the project even more sustainable. We will continue to stand by your side in this endeavor. A big thank you.
Thank you very much, Erwan. You also fill the gap that without mention, when I spoke, I didn't mention all our partners, that they are clearly the key of the success of this project. Now it's my pleasure to give the floor to Madam Katrina Leinonen for...
Thank you, Giovanni, and dear colleagues. It's really a pleasure to be here this morning for this event. Many thanks to Hilde for allowing us to be in this building, which resonates a different period of time. As you said, the Institute has been founded in 1948, and the building is from 62. That's very important. I don't think we have, unfortunately, a lot of room for complacence. I don't want to be a doomsday announcer, but we all know the world that we are living in today is not in a good state. You mentioned politics. Everything is about politics. Everything is weaponized. Cultural heritage is weaponized. Food is weaponized. Energy is weaponized. This is, of course, why it's even more important that we gather here today and that we keep up the spirit of cultural heritage protection and that we continue building this very close community of practice and share our experiences and really keep each other, I would say, encouraged and motivated to do this work. It's not easy to remain motivated as peace builder today. You mentioned the external aspect. It's very important. Cultural heritage protection is a very powerful tool for diplomacy. I was myself posted in Tunisia, and it was a very important part of our work with Tunisian government, and also, I would say, for the broader Mediterranean area, cultural heritage is a very important factor. Unfortunately, in a lot of contexts today, when we talk about cultural heritage protection, and yesterday I attended an event with Sudanese peace builders and community activists who said the situation is so dire that even to pass from the humanitarian to the development and to the peace building, I'm talking about the triple nexus, they don't manage to do that today. They remain stuck in camps, in dire condition. So in these conditions, it's very difficult then to actually move forward to rebuilding societies and also to rebuilding cultural heritage. What I'm saying is that the challenges today are huge, and that's also where I think we need to make sure that we work in the nexus approach, thinking about humanitarian, but also then building towards development and peace. And in peace building and in conflict resolution and in building resilience of communities, cultural heritage protection is very important. In the European Union, at European Union level, our work is firmly grounded in our concept on cultural heritage protection, in the respective council conclusions on cultural heritage protection, and this framework really underpins all our work, also the work that that the project is doing. And I'm very happy to hear that there will be an extension of 2 years for this important work. I would like to extend my special thanks to Alfio Gulotta here, present, for his important work over the past years on cultural heritage protection in the European External Action Service. Alfio has kindly shared with me some insights of the upcoming 2025 report that we are preparing in my division, Integrated Approach to Peace and Security. What that means in practice is we try to bring the different elements together. We try to link the political element, the diplomatic element, security and defense element, to closely work also together with the European Commission, with foreign policy instruments, with ECHO, for an integrated approach and mainstream, to the extent possible, cultural heritage protection in our policies. For example, in the Common Security and Defense Policy, where we have missions and operations on the ground, we make sure that within their mandates, respective mandates, cultural heritage protection is importantly figured in their activities. For example, in Iraq, our mission supporting the security sector there is doing important work on cultural heritage. But we also maintain updated, let's say, database is maybe a big word, but knowledge about actions on the ground. I can now give you some insights from the forthcoming report. So we have projects on cultural heritage in some 33 countries around the world, reflecting a broad geographic engagement. In 18 countries, the focus is predominantly on tangible cultural heritage, monuments, sites, museums, and archaeological assets. In 9 countries, the emphasis is rather on intangible cultural heritage practices, cultural expression, social cohesion, and identity. And in 6 countries, the approach integrates both tangible and intangible dimensions. In particular, our action remains strongly anchored in the protection of tangible heritage in Eastern Europe, the Western Balkans, and parts of the southern neighborhoods, where efforts focus on safeguarding monuments, securing collections, rehabilitating sites, and countering illicit trafficking, often in support of rule of law, security, and stabilization objectives. A second strand prioritizes intangible cultural heritage, mostly in Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, where our projects mobilize culture rather as a vector for social cohesion, peace building, and community resilience. And this links also to youth peace and security in some countries, as well as to creative sectors. And then this third, more integrated approach, which combines both dimensions and links rehabilitation of sites with identity, memory, reconciliation, and socio-economic recovery, is, I would say, the way forward in the future, where we want to go to really integrate. And I go back to where I started with the triple nexus, so that we can integrate these approaches and use cultural heritage also as an important tool for conflict prevention and also recovery. I think, as I said, I don't think we have a lot of room for complacence. This is an area which is difficult, it requires political will, it requires that we continue increasing awareness, and this is where this project is so important, including the technical bulletin. We will make sure with Alfio in the EU External Action Service that we report back from this event to our hierarchy and make sure that the awareness is raised continuously on this, this important domain. So let me conclude by expressing my sincere appreciation to all of those who contribute to this work. Your dedication is really important and not only strengthens the protection of cultural heritage, but also our shared commitment to peace, resilience, and human solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now let's move to the global level. And so it's my pleasure to give the floor to Lodovico Folin Carabi from UNESCO.
Giovanni, Director de Klerk, thank you for hosting us in this wonderful building. Erwan, Caterina, Paula, colleagues, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much to extending the invitation to UNESCO to be part of this event today. And now allow me also to begin by noting that there could be, I think, no more timely moment for this conference. As sadly, across the globe, we are witnessing with increasing concern the growing threats to culture, to world heritage, to other UNESCO-designated sites, whether biosphere reserves, geoparks, and to culture in its broad meaning. Whether driven by natural hazards, by climate change, or by conflicts. These risks are not only intensifying in frequency and in magnitude, but they are also affecting communities, as we heard from colleagues before, in deeper and more interconnected ways. Cultural heritage in all its forms, tangible and intangible, is often among the first to be impacted and among the last to recover. Yet, its loss goes far beyond physical damage, as Giovanni and Erwan and Caterina reminded. It undermines identities, it disrupts social cohesion, and weakens the foundations upon which communities rebuild their lives. In this context, I would really like to express my appreciation, my sincere appreciation to the Italian Civil Protection, which acted not only here, but as a pioneer, I would say, in this topic, as well as to all partners of Proculther-Net Consortium for your continued dedication to safeguarding cultural heritage of the past years. Your commitment has been instrumental in advancing this agenda at a time, as we said, when it is urgently needed. And you also have created an important space for dialogue, like today, between civil protection and cultural heritage actors across Europe, which is not forgiven. Your work has led to significant and much needed progress at the European level, notably through the consolidation and integration of cultural heritage protection within the structures and processes of the Union Civil Protection Mechanism. This represents an important shift from viewing cultural heritage as a secondary consideration, from viewing culture as a luxury, to recognizing it as an integral component of risk management and crisis response, and also very consistently with the luckily growing movement across the institutions, civil societies, practitioners, and finally also government officials, that culture is an integral part of development and not, as I said, a commodity. We would like to thank the colleagues from DG ECHO and the colleagues from DG EAC for their joint efforts to further incorporate cultural heritage into the EU preparedness strategy. This is a critical step forward, and we really look forward to progress in how we could ensure that cultural heritage considerations are systematically embedded in preparedness planning, in capacity building, in operational frameworks. As also reflected, by the way, in the Culture Compass for Europe, launched recently by the European Commission, this aspect is also reflected in the Compass. From our perspective, cultural heritage, as we said, is far more than a sectoral concern. It is carried out by communities. It's rooted in territories. It's closely linked to livelihoods, to social cohesion, to economic growth, to job creation, to cultural diversity, to sustainable development. It reflects not only the past, but also the resilience and the adaptive capacities of the communities in the present. We, as UNESCO, operate across the entire disaster risk management cycle from preparedness and prevention to response and recovery. And our approach is grounded in the understanding that safeguarding cultural heritage is inseparable from supporting the people who sustain it. I'm glad that Erwan referred to Venice, which happens to be my hometown, and being in a city which is more and more flooded, I'm very aware of the urgency of taking collective actions, and the combined actions need not only physical measures but also approach to management, to urban management, to conservation management, having a focus on the people who make a city alive. We recognize the dual nature of cultural heritage in emergencies. On the one hand, it is at risk and requires protection, as clearly underlined in the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. And on this, we work closely with our dear colleagues from the UNDRR. On the other hand, cultural heritage is also a resource that can contribute to prevention, to resilience, to recovery, as it was also observed in the World Conference of all Ministers of Culture that gathered in Barcelona last October, Mondiacult. This dual perspective is reflected in our work on the ground. In the area of preparedness, we support communities in engaging in risk reduction efforts, including by integrating vulnerability and risk considerations into heritage inventories and management systems. We also work to strengthen local capacities for mitigation, for preparedness planning, and coordination with civil protection actors. In response, on the other hand, our efforts focus on identifying and reaching affected communities at an early stage, ensuring or trying to ensure as much as possible that cultural heritage is not overlooked in emergency actions. And this includes supporting first response safeguarding measures, providing technical expertise, and facilitating coordination among relevant stakeholders. And it is only very recent that UNESCO took a lead in the preparation of the chapter on culture in the post-disaster needs assessments on in Ukraine, in Gaza, and in other contexts, supported, by the way, processes that are supported across the world by the European Union, the World Bank, and the United Nations. So we are an integral part of it. And lastly, in recovery, we place a particular emphasis on ensuring that cultural heritage is fully integrated into damage and needs assessment, as well as into recovery planning, because we know that it is in the early phases of recovery that we can plant the seeds for a longer-term, durable, sustainable. We support community-led safeguarding and rehabilitation measures, and we mobilize at the same time living heritage as a driver for dialogue, for social cohesion, for reconciliation, particularly in post-crisis and post-conflict contexts. I'd like just to refer, for instance, to one of the largest recovery and reconstruction campaigns led by UNESCO in recent years in the reconstruction of the old city of Mosul in Iraq, largely in partnership with the European Union. That is one of our flagship initiatives that really is an exemplary demonstration of the nexus that we all refer to. These experiences, and I also like in this to really thank External Action Service for the integrated approach that they put forward on the protection of cultural heritage in crisis that you are leading. These experiences, as I said, have consistently demonstrated that cultural heritage is not something only to be protected, but is also a catalyst for recovery and resilience. Because when we know that when communities are able to reconnect with their heritage, they regain a sense of continuity, of identity, of hope, which are essential for rebuilding their futures. And you know, as we know, this is, as the reality, recent and ongoing reality sadly reminds us, culture and cultural heritage are either deliberately targeted or unintentional victims of conflict. And again, yesterday, indeed, preliminary reports indicate that a monument of national importance within a monastery complex in the city of Lviv in Ukraine was hit and seriously damaged. That is why, as Erwan reminded us, it's essential that cultural heritage is fully considered within preparedness efforts. Integrating heritage into risk assessment, into contingency planning, into training and exercises is a necessary component of comprehensive and inclusive disaster risk management. And this was also, by the way, the topic of synergies that were discussed by our new Director General, Khaled El-Enani, and Commissioner Labib in their recent meeting here in Brussels. And in this regard, the work of Proculther-Net is of critical importance. Because by providing a platform for cooperation, knowledge exchange, capacity building across countries and sectors, the project has helped bridging the gap between cultural heritage professionals and civil protection actors, fostering a more coordinated and effective approach. We are very proud to be associated partner of the next phase, and we look forward to advancing this whole of society approach as an essential component. And I'd like on this to thank my colleagues Oriol Freixa and Irina Pavlova in charge of culture and nature-based solutions in my team here in Brussels for their wonderful job together with all partners here. Because together we can indeed enhance preparedness capacities and ensure that heritage is recognized as a resource to build more recent and more resilient societies. Let me conclude by reaffirming UNESCO's commitment to working alongside all of you in the advancement of this important agenda. Because as Giovanni said in his introduction, and as sadly the reality reminds us every day, this is not the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lodovico. And it's now my pleasure to give the floor to Paola Albrito, the Director of United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction.
I use this one? Yes. Good morning. It is a pleasure to be here with you. And as I was listening to all the colleagues, they really had very comprehensive points to make. I was actually considering the fact that one important added value of this project has been the possibility of creating a community. And this is exactly what we need, a community that does understand the value of our cultural heritage and therefore understands the value of reducing the risk of disasters, being able to protect our cultural heritage from disasters, but also to recover in a way in which we are not going to distort what the cultural heritage was to start with. So this project is very important in many regards, especially as our colleague from External Relations Office was mentioning of the Commission, in a moment where we really need to find connections rather than division and holding hands on elements that really counts for our society. So really to congratulate the Italian Civil Protection that has been moving forward the consortium and all the consortium members. The Italian Civil Protection represent our focal point at the national level on disaster risk reduction. And of course, DG ECHO, the European Commission, which is also our focal point within the big house of the European Union. Of course, UNESCO has always been a partner for us, with us, and is part of the UN family. Colleagues, I think you heard of all the different challenges we are faced with. Clearly, Europe, I'm actually coming from Latin America. I was in Panama a couple of days ago. But Europe is currently considering and looking into some risk that are related to our security, as we've heard from external relations. And at the same time, we have to deal with a number of other risks that are going to be with us, are going to accompany us all over. And in fact, UNESCO just shared some statistic that highlights the fact that our cultural heritage sites, 4 out of 5 are now exposed to the impact of climate. So it's a reality that really brings us to what we can do in order to protect, in order to reduce the risk to this important memory that we have in our community. The reminders are coming to us every day. I know, in fact, and I was looking at the bulletin that you have produced with the project that is highlighting the floods that took place in Spain and in Italy. And every time we see this disaster striking, we realize that we have lost part of our cultural heritage. And recovery is extremely complicated when it comes to cultural heritage itself. It is for this reason that within UNDRR and within the UN system, because we are the focal point that coordinates the disaster risk reduction dimension within UN system, we consider cultural heritage preservation not only a moral imperative, but actually a sound investment, because you're going to be protecting and reducing economic losses, whether they are tangible in finance or economic losses that come indirectly. Let's think about our tourism industry. And I'm looking at someone that comes from Venice, so you know very well how it is important to gather the possibility for tourists to know the site, at the same time to protect it, which is ever so important. All these elements are part of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction that is actually a blueprint on how you're going to be building resilience to disasters, and really specifically mention the added value of cultural heritage. From my side, I would like to share 3 elements, 3 points that it can be used within this project, within the next phase of the project. That can be really a reference when it comes to how do we move the work forward on disaster risk reduction, where do we join forces, and also where do we get some support in terms of technical assistance. So first of all, looking at the vulnerabilities due to climate change, do look into the Santiago network. The Santiago network is able to offer assistance, technical assistance, in order to protect yourself from the vulnerabilities that climate are bringing along. This is an opportunity and a mechanism that was established within the Paris Agreement, and the Secretariat is jointly hosted by UNDRR and UNOPS. The second is that, as we have heard actually also from the director of the Institute, data is very important. Data is telling you what you have lost, what you have, and therefore what you need to protect. And what we have been working on as UNDRR together with the rest of the UN family is an enhanced disaster loss data system, which is called Delta for Resilience. Look into that, see how you can join forces at the national level in order to ensure that any losses due to disasters that pertain cultural heritage is duly taken notice of. Why? Because this important data is the one that is shaping up policy, direction, and strategy in building resilience to disaster. And you don't want to come as an add-on. You want to be part of it. So very important to work at the national level towards this system. And the third one goes back to what all of other important speakers have mentioned, which is working together. And working together, being coordinating, creating network is extremely important. So look also at the local dimension. All of us are part of cities, are part of community. What we have is a Making City Resilience campaign, which is in fact an initiative that will last in 2030 and gathers now 2,000 cities worldwide. These cities are looking at reducing the impact of disasters, therefore building disaster resilience, but they're also embracing the cultural heritage. And this is very important. You will see a number of tools, including an addendum that is dedicated to cultural heritage, but also you will have the opportunity of exchanging with other cities that had similar issues. And this network, this community that you have established, of course, you want it to grow, and therefore the opportunity to continue to grow globally, and also share your experience, because you have matured through this project a lot of important experiences. As part of the Making City Resilience, we also have the so-called Resilient Hub cities. Resilient hubs are cities that are not only looking at building resilience to disasters, but they're also looking at sharing the knowledge, helping other cities towards their own resilience. And Venice is a resilient hub for disaster risk reduction. So really to congratulate Venice and really commend your leadership globally in order to build resilience to disasters and always focusing on the dimension of cultural heritage. Now, the partnership is long, and I'm not going to go through the names, but I also would like to highlight the partnership with the International Center for the Study of the Preservation and Restoration of Cultural Property. Important because every time we look at one issue that is related to disaster risk reduction, we know that study, research, understanding, and knowledge is the basis. If you don't understand something, you're not going to be able to do anything with it. So the center is really playing a very important role in these regards. I would like to encourage all of you, not only as part of this consortium, but also as part of the next consortium, because it's for all, to continue with this important work, but also to look at venue to share it. So next year, we're going to have our regional platform for disaster risk reduction in Romania. Please come. Bring this experience to the rest of the big and large Europe. Tell the story on what it means protecting cultural heritage and why it's important. Come also to our global platform, 2028, several thousand people, again, a lot of experiences to share. So let me close by saying that really by protecting cultural heritage, we are protecting ourselves. We are protecting who we are protecting our history, we are protecting why we are here today, and mostly what our children, our future generation, will be understanding of us. So let's make sure that we continue with determination and we reduce the risk of disasters and their impact. Thank you.
Thank you to Paola and to all the speakers. Now, if you allow, we can start with a quick overview of the project, and then we break for the coffee break in 15 minutes. So and then we change also the list of speakers if you need to go. So you will see that we will go through now I will be joined now by Tiziana. Yes, if you want to see the screen, maybe it's better to make the change now. Thanks for the kind words from most of you, and then to have encouraged us to continue. This is our aim. You mentioned, Paola, in your last intervention, the Making City Resilient campaign. In the next phase, we have foreseen to exactly go on this direction. We have a new partner in our consortium that is Gorilla that will help us to build up and linkages and enlarge, strengthen these links. But we will have time to go deeper. Now, just going through the history of this cooperation. As it was mentioned before, we decided to develop this project within the framework of the Union Civil Protection Mechanism. Now, all of you, I believe, became familiar with the concept, but maybe it's worth to recall some ideas of it. The Union Civil Protection Mechanism is basically the coordination platform for the civil protection of the 27 member states civil protection authorities. In addition, there are also 10 so-called participating states to the mechanism, countries that have requested to become partner of this mechanism. And the idea is really to find a common language among all those professionals dealing with the safety of people, mostly. Not only people, but that's the basics. This mechanism is a successful experience at European level. It was activated more than 800,000 times in case of emergency in the last 20 years, which is very big. Of course, it was activated for different type of emergencies. For example, we go from the very small and technical specific operations like to save one expert trapped in a cave, for example. I remember this case. Or case much more big, like the support that the European Union is providing to Ukraine. Following the war of aggression by Russia to Ukraine. And this has become the largest ever operation of the Union Civil Protection Mechanism. Basically, that goes well beyond what is civil protection. In the case of Ukraine, the Union Civil Protection Mechanism has mobilized resources in the field of civil protection, health, cultural heritage, and many other sectors, energy, etc., etc. So for us, as a civil protection authority, was a natural, let's say, way to proceed in this project. And then we started years ago. This is, I just list you the evolution of this initiative. The first one has a different name. It was called ProMede. It was a bit different from Proculture. But I mention it here because it was a project mostly to build confidence among countries. This was the aim of the project. And basically we were creating these synergies between cultural heritage sector and civil protection sector in Israel and Palestine. And it was so successful at the time that the only complaint we received at the time was from Palestinian and Israeli telling us that they've left working more time together. And this was the aim. And for us, it was a shock. We were extremely afraid to have them working together at the time. Today, it's impossible to think of something similar. But at the time, it looked like. So we were encouraged to see, okay, let's try to do something, to continue to work on this sector. And to do that, we started by saying, okay, if we want to do something at European level, we need to have a common language. It's impossible today to think that from Norway, from Finland to Portugal, from Romania to France, that we speak a different technical language. Today, if you send a mixed team abroad, if they don't have a reference framework, they will speak each of them their own language. They will think the expert according to their national standards. And that's why we propose Proculther-Net, thanks to the support of all our partners. We started by with the first phase, then the second, the third, and now the fourth phase that was generously financed by DG ECHO, and it will start next month. Of course, also the consortium has evolved. Our institutions had to leave mostly because of time. This is an initiative that takes time, and we are all very busy, so we have to make choices. But we also receive a lot of interest from many other countries or institutions to join. And we are extremely happy that our consortium continues to grow. It was mentioned already by Erwan. One of the main success, I think, of this consortium is the fact that we created, if I may say, the critical mass to develop and to make, to agree at European level on the definition and term of reference of a module in civil protection model. That's the jargon that we use in civil protection community. So to agree at European level on a standard team composition and standard methodologies at European level, we have agreed on that. So every country today will be able to register cultural heritage protection modules at European level to be deployed in case of emergency wherever there is a request for assistance. Okay, this is the implementing decision in terms of reference. And this also was mentioned already, but we are extremely happy that for the future, in the Preparedness Union strategy, first in the history report and then in the Preparedness Union strategy, there is a specific focus on cultural heritage. This is an incredible result, I think, and I'm really happy because it means that the Union goes in the direction of protecting more proactively and to be prepared to protect and to respond to a potential emergencies, also cultural heritage. Of course, as it was said, the first and natural response will go to safeguard the life of people. That's normal. However, today, together with the life of people, we also have cultural heritage, recognized as a priority. And not to forget, it was mentioned by Paul and by the other speakers, why are we doing that? First is to protect life and dignity of our communities. It's crucial. It was mentioned by also External Action Service. If we want to do something for our communities, we have to start by safeguarding what is their soul. And that's why we concentrated on this topic. Okay, this is exactly the process we did. You know, protecting cultural heritage is something, it's a shared responsibility. It's a shared responsibility. Every different ministry or a stakeholder has his own way of thinking, way of working, vision, etc., etc. What we have seen since the beginning was we have to find a common baseline. As I said before, it's not only the fact of having a shared technical language between the Italian and the Finnish. It's also a matter of, in Italy, for example, to share a language between myself and the colleagues from Ministry of Culture. Is not always the case. Priorities are different. Way of working, procedures are different. So our aim was, let's agree at least on a minimum standard. Minimum standard common to everybody. That's why we developed a methodology, which is, we call it methodology. It will be published in the coming weeks, the new version of this methodology. And how we did it? We started by saying that we didn't have to reinvent the wheel. There is an incredible wealth of knowledge in our countries. We don't have to make incredible deep studies on how to protect cultural heritage. There is already a lot. What we need to know is what are those good practices that are developed, and to share them also with other colleagues, with other countries. Maybe something that is done in Italy is useful for somebody else. The way we worked, how did we do, is basically we asked to our member state, the consortium partners, to meet at the national level, or everybody around the table, the different stakeholders at the national level, to identify good practices that could be of help for others. And that's the way we used to develop our methodology. I'll go a bit quicker. And this is an interesting point I wanted to share, because this was the first plan we had at the beginning. The first phase of Proculture. It's a slide from the first Proculture. And if you can see, it was always, our idea was methodology, outreach, and develop a module. We were calling UCPM driven capacity. And we did it, and we are extremely proud of it. I mentioned, this is the methodology that, as I said, it will be soon published. I mentioned outreach. Outreach was the key, probably. And this is a lesson we have learned ourselves. By producing practical, tangible results like the methodology, the bulletin that highlighted good practices that are published and shared among our communities, we created linkages with different stakeholders. And we did a lot of advocacy at all possible levels. And we have to thank the different stakeholders that invited us, involved us in the discussions. And only by going to G20, thanks Herminia, or G7 or other settings where we could give visibility to this initiative, I think we made it known by the broader public. And this was key. Erwan didn't mention it directly, but the knowledge network, for us, this was the, let's say, if I'm not mistaken, the third phase or second phase of the project. There was an innovation in the Union Civil Protection mechanism, which was the knowledge network. And this was, and we were tasked at the time to create a community of practice in this sector. I think we can say that we built it. Now, the key point is how to ensure the sustainability on the longer term. And we are very thankful to DG ECHO for the continuous support, and JP especially, that was daily following the project. Now, for the future, we are positive like Erwan. I think we can find, we reached a point that I think we are mature enough to look for alternatives and really to build on what we have done so far. And I think this example could also be shared with other sectorial community of practice. In the knowledge network, we have tackled only the part on cultural heritage. And through the bulletin, through the different initiatives we have done, the training we developed, I think we have done something positive that could inspire other communities in other sectors linked to civil protection. That's just an idea. Now, this is I would like to thank again the partners of this phase of the project. We have, as Italian Civil Protection Department, we were on the lead with the administrative support of Fondazione Allengarten Villa Montesca, but we wouldn't be able to do anything without the support of la Sécurité Civile Française, THW, and the German Archaeological Institute from so the German's colleague, the Civil Protection of Turkey, AFAD, thank you, the Junta of Castilla y León, thanks for your support, And then the two universities that supported us, we have the University of Oporto in Portugal and the University Suor Benincasa of Naples. Thanks to their support, we were able to achieve very positive results. And then I pass the floor to this.
Good morning. Tiziana Vicario, I'm the project manager. Okay, sorry. Okay, you already know everything. What happened? Sorry. Okay. So I will go through some facts and figures. So don't worry about this slide. I know that is very complicated. Thank you very much. Okay. This is just to provide you with an idea, more conceptual idea of the logical framework we defined, we conceived for the project. I don't want to share with you any objective or results that we achieved. We want to share with you a process. Because since the first beginning, in the first phase, in the first Proculther phase, the idea, as Giovanni mentioned, was to work with countries already with a governance already dedicated to the cultural heritage protection. So all through the Proculther phases, all the partners involved in the project were key from both from the institutional preparedness point of view, but also in terms of producing and sharing new knowledge. But at the same time, thanks to the establishment of the Union Civil Protection Knowledge Network, we had the opportunity, starting from 2021, to also include and work with extra projects. And now I will show you how, starting from some experiences, workshops, seminars, exchanges, meeting, study visit, we try to collect, to define a knowledge management cycle to collect, capitalize on good practices, lessons learned, all the experiences we have, so as to make possible this kind of cycle. I know that it's not a cycle, but in any case, you can understand that also the idea is to build knowledge. Something that is very important. When we started at the beginning, everybody, also the DG ECO, was saying, this is a niche sector. This is a niche sector. This doesn't matter at all. So the dream, the vision was try to make the cultural heritage protection as a new sector of civil protection. And as you already have seen, this is the reality now. So we are very proud and happy about these results. But this implies that we need to feed knowledge. We need to build this sector. So we have a lot of information from all the countries that are partners of the project, but also extra project partners. And we need to capitalize, to systematize all this information and to build this knowledge so they can be used as a common and shared instrument. So now, through all this path, I will provide you some facts and figures to show you how we have worked on these logical frameworks, this knowledge management cycle, and to show you some results of the Proculther-Net initiative. No? Okay. First of all, in terms of country-based working groups, so all the project, all the country partners that are involved in the project organize some workshops within their country to involve all the stakeholders they have and try to define, to understand which are the experiences, which are the lessons learned, what is needed to be capitalized at a European level. And you can see here that some of these partners also included some to test their procedures in Portugal, for example, and in Turkey. Erkan will tell you something more about this initiative, but also Xavier Romao will do the same. But so that the idea was to have this kind of events to collect elements at each national level, and depending on the country, to discuss the improvement in terms of governance, or the improvements in terms of procedures, in terms of reference, or working groups that are needed to be established. Then, as you can see, we also had some proposal for study visit from Croatia to Italy and France in collaboration with the CP4 Heritage Project. Pia and Anna will say something about this study visit, but also with AFAD, another project funded by the European Commission on the track 1 in Italy, but also as a project with the German Archaeological Institute at THW. A study visit was organized in Germany to better understand how they are prepared. Now is already registered, the CRU, the Cultural Heritage Response Unit established by our German colleagues. This is another point that I think is crucial. When we started this initiative, we saw that there were a lot, but really a lot of projects, cultural heritage-focused projects, and we said we need to promote kind of cross-fertilization among all the projects, because we need to build this sector. So what we have done, thanks to the University Sor Orsola Benincasa, we mapped out all the initiative. The number was not, of course, 123 was larger than these figures, but in any case, we identified at least 123 initiatives that could be of interest, and then among these, 45 relevant and 78 interesting. To promote this activity, we organized an international workshop in May, and you can see here we have the availability from 25 initiatives to share their knowledge, their results, what they were working on during their project. And as usual, you can see here our objective is always to have an interdisciplinary public. Is not only to have civil protection, but try to build this community, try to link these experts to understand how we can improve our capacity to protect cultural heritage at risk. You can see here some of the projects that were involved during this initiative, and some of these activities are still working with us and producing some elements. And you will see in the afternoon, some of these projects will be presenting also how these synergies have been built and how we will continue working together to build this sector. Here, as Giovanni said, outreach activity, engagement activity, more than 40 events. We have been traveling and writing a lot of email, but always very busy. But this was key to advocate for this paradigm shift in promoting the protection of cultural heritage at risk as a crucial element for resilience, for our community resilience. Here you can see some of the events we contributed to. For example, the G7 in Italy, with I can see Erminia Shakitano here was promoting our inclusion, but also the G20 and the in disaster risk reduction working group in Brazil, but also we have been invited by Europa Nostra, Vanessa, at the European Cultural Heritage Summit in 2024. Here you can find also some picture where from the Krakow Forum. Where is Adrian? Okay, and where we. During this meeting, we saw a lot of trainees from the cultural, from our Proculther project, and was was really, really, really moving to meet all these persons. But also the UNESCO Fire Resilience for Heritage in a Changing Climate, and something more that I would like to mention, the TAIEX implemented together with the Italian Ministry of Culture to support Ukraine. But at the same time, we contributed to the celebration for the 7th years the UNESCO Convention. Here you can see, so starting from the first events in the Netherlands, in The Hague, and then the last events invited by the government of the Netherlands and UNESCO. In a day of exchange on the operational aspect of the 1954 Hague Convention, and also contributing with some documents such as the 7 recommendations for the integration and implementation of the convention promoted by the organization that you can see here, and also to the protection, the proceeding of the Protection of Civil Property Forum promoted by the Federal Office for Civil Protection, Switzerland. So as Giovanni said, what we have tried to work towards a shared, a common language. Here you can see already a recap of all this activity. The first point was to create a reference, something that you can, a bibliography, where you can find information on how you can build or enforce your governance dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage. We have some countries that have already worked in this field, but some others are just feeling, they are just experiencing this challenge. So they need to understand how the other countries are doing. Maybe they can learn from other experience and improve and be more effective in their capacity to promote this governance. So in the first phase, in Proculther-Net, we only included articles from the consortium partners, but then with Proculther-Net, with these 4 editions, we also included some extra consortium articles. You can see here also the interest in this technical bulletin. We started off, of course, with Felix Bloch, that was the previous head of Unity of B3, Catherine Magnat from DGAC, but then you can see Kamal Kishore from UNDRR, Krista Picat from UNESCO, Katarina Leinonen, you already met her. So it's very, there is an interest, there is an urgency to work on this. And here you can find, so in the first phase, we had 20 articles. So to the first phase now, we have 37 more articles with countries that you can see here, 13 countries, and including, of course, also international organization. Contribution from many stakeholders, but with the same objective, that is find elements for sharing, for learning from each other. At the same time, so you can see here also the contribution by section. Preparedness, you can see this 33% is dedicated to preparedness articles. But we also have focus on, that is very important, where you can find some articles that are more mainstreaming articles, but also recovery response. And in the Proculther-Net too, this was another way to increase our capacity, our advocacy capacity. We also included reviewers from, you can see already 21 countries. And among the countries, you can also see the United States, United Kingdom, Syria, Lebanon, ICROM, of course, also international organization, and some other experts that join us in reviewing all the articles we were promoting as practices of relevant practice for to promote this new civil protection sector. Then in October 2024, then the other partner, there will be Veronica, also providing more elements on this. We had this opportunity. Someone asked us, would you like to include cultural heritage in a MODEX? I was like, of course. Of course, we were waiting for that. So this was a great experience. Then also our German colleagues will be speaking about this experience. But this was for the first time, we had a module dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage, testing their quality, interoperability with the other team involved in an exercise, full-scale exercise. And in the UCP team, we also had 2 experts trained by the project from Austria and from France. So from this experience, we learned. So as already said, all the workshop, all the seminars, everything was for us to learn more and more. But then with this experience, we understood that it was important to make easier, more operational our approach. So starting from this activity, also, and from the technical bulletin and all the other activities that we have undertaken, we decided to write again our capacity to promote this new sector. So in June and September 2025, we had the training, and we said, okay, we have a lot of insight from the MODEX. We need to adapt our training program. And at the same time, we saw that the template we used for the assessment on the impact of the damage on tangible and intangible cultural heritage must be reviewed. So this is the final number we had in 2025. And here you can find our 2 groups. I don't know if I can launch a video so you can understand what was the results of this activity.
Such as Proculture projects make us together and fill the gaps between 2 sectors again. I like this training very much, gain lots of experience.
And it's been a good way to see how important it is for us to have different professions in such a kind of emergency, because we need everybody's opinion and knowledge and education for such an emergency.
In my opinion, after these past 3 days, it has a lot of added value for the future. Why? Because it brings expertise, both from the civil protection and from the cultural heritage. And together, they bring to the table expertise, resources, and they coordinate more together.
There are some challenges to work together, civil protection and cultural heritage, the fact that we need a common language, the fact that we need to understand each other's perspective, and that's exactly what this course is about, to really understand how civil protection works, how cultural heritage works.
The benefit of this cooperation is to know better each other, to establish roles and also tasks, and to have the common language.
I believe that this project was very beneficial because it allowed us to think in a different way, act in a different way. It allowed risk management professionals to be more sensitive in cultural heritage issues, and it allowed cultural heritage professionals to be more structured when needed to action in a disaster site.
Those 2 fields, when they complement each other, you have the efficiency from civil protection, and you have also the cultural heritage insights that are brought together so that we can ensure that the mission is really a success.
Thanks to the knowledge exchanged during lectures and exercise conducted by experts from many countries, we can share the acquired skills both in our own country.
Communication between the team was also very important because we are coming from different backgrounds, different nationalities, from different cultural thinking. So building a communication channel between us, it was very important, and actually seeing that we managed to do that in the field exercise and during the entire set of the project was a great success.
We have taken advantage of assessment tools that each country uses, and we are sharing our knowledge. And I am ready to take this experience in my own country.
And we hope that continuing this development of the Proculther-Net in our countries, and together through the Proculture network, we can develop a module for the cultural heritage safeguarding within the European Civil Protection Mechanism.
Okay. So you heard, this is the Proculther training. Then, just for you to know that starting from 2021 to 2025, we have already trained 166 experts, covering 75% of the European Civil Protection Mechanism participating states. You can see here just some figures, so you can see the increasing interest, the growing interest in the training. And you will see in the afternoon, the European Commission asked us to include more training. It is very complicated and time-consuming activity, but in any case, also from the training, we learned a lot. And based on this activity, we also saw that, for example, the templates that we proposed in the first methodology must be reviewed. So now, as Giovanni said, we are working to close the updated version of the methodology, including the new templates, new case studies by the technical bulletin, some others, including some other elements, for example, the part more related to debris management or temporary storage, or archives and libraries. We learned from Valencia, you will see in the afternoon, the importance. We already knew, but now we have a lot of elements to understand how to protect these, also these movable assets is important. So starting from all the elements we gathered from the training, we also decided to define a workshop to advance, to improve a tool dedicated to the assessment of the impact and damage for cultural heritage at risk, including both tangible and intangible heritage, with the collaboration of AFAD. Erkan will show you a video, and with other experts coming from the Italian Civil Protection Department, the Minister of Culture, the German Archaeological Institute, the Centre pour la Recherche de la Restauration, the CERDMF. Okay, the Junta of Castilla y León, UNESCO chair of the University Varsavia, Anna Schreiber, and some other, Oporto, the National Fire Brigade Service and Rescue Fire Brigade. And here you can see 78 participants. As usual, you can see the difference between disaster risk management actors and cultural heritage and experts in both fields. And 78 participants, wonderful participants. And the participants' profile, so 75% already trained by the Proculther initiative, but also 15 observers that have never been part of the project, and they came to support all this activity. Veronica will give you more elements on this. And in terms of dissemination, we already produced 12% of the knowledge of the articles that are included in the Union Civil Protection Knowledge Network library. And maybe this is not a niche sector anymore. What do you think? And here you can see all the figures of people that write to us that we need to include in our mailing list, followers on LinkedIn, etc. But as already said, these are just facts and figures. After a 15 minutes break, I will give the floor to our expert from the consortium partner to give you more elements on the main goals and lessons learned, expectations and challenges and future initiative they are feeling as a partner. And in the afternoon, you will have the same elements from other UCPM participating states that have been involved in the project. So let's have a break. See you here in 15 minutes. Thank you to our online participants for staying with us. Now, as already said, you will have this presentation on the perspective from the country partners, the Proculther-Net 2 initiative. I will leave the floor to Romain Kimmel, who is our focal point from the Direction Générale de la Sécurité Civile et la Gestion des Crises. Was following our project since the very beginning, 2019. You can just go.
Thank you very much, Tiziana. It's always a great pleasure to be here. First of all, I would like to thank the Royal Institute for Cultural Heritage for hosting us today. Thanks a lot. I would like also to address my gratitude to the European Commission. As Giovanni said, without them, we wouldn't have been there. Thanks a lot. And I will also address my gratitude to the Italian Civil Protection, Giovanni, Tiziana, Simone, and so on. They did a tremendous job all these years. And without the support, we couldn't have worked as well all these years. I would like also to thank Turkey for hosting us this year. We had a wonderful time in Bursa and we learned a lot thanks to their joint exercise. Germany for also hosting us last year when we paid a visit to Germany to see how the module was working in TAV. And not to forget Spain and Portugal, a country which give us a lot of very good thing of thought. So thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to you all. So Erwan Martel said what has been built since. What was the impact of the sector of Proculther? So I think we worked on 3 different pillars, as Mrs. Paola Albrito said: climate change, data, and we work also together. This is what she said. So what were the achievement and the lesson learned? We focused on the 3 of the 3 pillars, I would say, of the cycle of civil protection, which means preparedness, joint training, operational response, and recovery. The most important things maybe is thanks to the Proculther project, we learned to work together, especially the Home Office, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the Ministry for Culture. Not to forget the Center for Research and Restoration of Museum of France. These projects had a tremendous impact on how we work together in France. In which term, first of all, Tiziana and Giovanni mentioned it, we Thanks to the methodology elaborated by the Proculther program, we made our own handbook for preparing exercise, but also ORSEC handbook. ORSEC is operational response for civil protection in case of disasters. This is for all of France, and it was given to all the departments of France. So this is thanks to the Proculther project. The second point, the Ministry of Culture worked on the safeguarding action plan for cathedrals. We have in France 87 cathedrals owned by the state. And so there is 58 bullet points. You can find it online. And so to better protect churches, cathedral, but not only the museum. So each time the Ministry of Culture and the Civil Protection are working together, they are checking if these 58 points are checked out on Security Commission and so on. Second point is the Home Office give accreditation to the Blue Shield France. So we had someone from UNESCO this morning, so you know the Blue Shield of France. So we give an accreditation so that the Blue Shield can work together in case of incident on operations. So because you know that you can have different problems, not only fire but also flood and so on. And Blue Shield people are especially trained for culture, so they can give support to the firefighters and also the policemen on site. And this is very important to have an accreditation. Otherwise, anyone could go within the perimeter of security. So it was this accreditation was very important. The second point, an operational handbook for cultural heritage is in progress now, and it will be given to all fire departments all over of France. As I said, we adopt on we read very carefully the bulletin made by the Proculther project. And thanks to all this aspect, we made joint training and colloquium and also training and all the time putting together people from culture and people from the civil protection. And the third pillar for operational response, we worked on, as it was mentioned before, we worked on the module. Especially with the Paris Fire Brigade and the Blue Shield, and we will have a training in June, so that our module can be maybe within a few years or few months certified by the European Commission. And the last point, recovery in a way. We talk about resilience and commitment to the people. So we had a lack of statistics at the national levels. Most of the time we know how many incidents there is in a country, for example, fire and so on, but there is no real statistics on cultural heritage at the national level. I don't know about the European level, but it is good to have statistics so that we can communicate each other and to have a lesson learned and to strengthen or beef up our operational response thereafter. So this is what we did. So now what we want to achieve and what we would like to do. As I said, and as it was said, the most important things before it was that Proculther program gave us a space for discussion. And so now we focused on several points. One is the knowledge network or knowledge exchange, and the second point is the future initiatives that we could achieve. knowledge network or knowledge exchange. We think that it's very important to have an integrated or holistic approach. People from civil protection, and people from environment, and people from safety, which means police, should work together, not only one, but together, because in case of floods, for example, and if you want to extract artworks from floods or from a fire, you have to put them in, somewhere, and the police is very important, so that you extract the artworks, and after that they are stolen by someone, so there is no need to extract. So the police is very important, and sometimes we have this is a lack in our plans. And environment is also very important, not only climate change, but also environment within the museum. Because there is a huge discussion, for example, how thin must be the vitrine, the glasses for protecting the artworks. You make them too thin, then they can be stolen very easily. And if you make them too thick, it's very difficult to extract them in case of earthquake. So there must be discussion amongst these different type of persons. So the second point is development of predictive models, like a SYNERGISTIC system. We have a SYNERGISTIC system in France for injuries. And when people are injured on site, on incident, they are tracked by special devices to know where they go, in which hospital they go. We could do the same for the artworks, just more easily, because it takes a lot of time to track all the artworks if you don't have an electronic device. This is a discussion we have, this is ongoing discussion. Exoskeletons, small drones within the museum, we could have small drones. Surveillance robots, obviously artificial intelligence, and what we call nowadays digital twins. So we could work on computer with digital twins for the museum. This is the knowledge network and the exchange we could have on scientific level, and we could also the next program will be a Proculther for All, and we talk about civil society, so we could embed the university as well, and people working within the universities and professors and so on. Second part of this topic, the future initiative. We were talking about war issues this morning, just a few 2 hours ago. I think could be there is this famous convention of '54, the Hague Convention, but we could have a convention with some countries in case of war. What to do? Can we extract the artworks, and can we protect in our own countries the artworks threatened by the war, and give them back after the war? But this must be planned before any war happen. There is there is some initiative, but it could be deepened. Could be deepened in one point, especially for diplomacy, because there could be also safeguarding plans for embassies. In all embassies all over the world, in all countries, there is some very precious, very famous sometimes artworks, and sometimes the country don't know which artworks they have in their embassy. So we are always thinking about museum and so on within our country, but we don't think on what kind of artworks there is in the embassy. So when do you extract the artworks of the embassy in case of bombing, in case of anything? So this is another point that we could think about. Communication, we could have a continuous information network, so real disaster monitoring. So in case of disaster or catastrophic events, so that people could be on real time informed on what's going on in the country and so on. European statistics, disaster database. We said, Mrs. Albrito said this morning that data was very important. I don't know if there is a lot of data concerning catastrophe or disaster on cultural heritage, so we could exchange better and we could strengthen our exchange. Model, we were talking about the model, the German model, but also the French model this morning. But we could have, except for the model, we could have one PAX of cultural heritage embedded within the UCP team. So the first team going on site, they could report directly to the model, to the other people what's going on field and to adapt the response. And the last point, the mapping. I told you that we were working very close with Home Office and the Ministry for Culture, and also Ministry of Defense or the Army. But now we could also work with the Ministry of Environment or Ecology, because they have Copernicus, and Copernicus could be very useful in case of, for example, earthquake or landslide, to map which sites were affected by the earthquake or by the landslide. So this is all what we thought about. But there is still a lot of work to do, maybe for the next program, maybe for the Proculther for All. So once again, I would like to thank Belgium for hosting us, but also the European Commission and all the participants. And I think we made a lot of progress thanks to this program all these years. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Romain. Now I will leave the floor to Alicia Reberger from the German Federal Agency for Technical Relief and Constance Domenech-Dessel from the German Archaeological Institute.
Thank you very much, Tiziana and Giovanni, for having us. Thank you very much for the Italian and Belgian colleagues for organizing this event. My name is Alicia Reberger. I'm from the German Federal Agency for Technical Relief, and together with my colleague Constance from the German Archaeological Institute, we are representing the German participation in the Proculther-Net 2 project. And today we would like to give you some insights in our participation, as well as our new module, the Cultural Heritage Response Unit. And with that, I'm handing over to Constance.
Thank you, Alicia. Thank you very much for the invitation. We are very happy to be here and to present to you what we have done through this project. So we're going to first present the activities we carried out at the German Archaeological Institute and Federal Agency for Technical Relief within the project. Then we will update you a bit on our own project, and then show you at the end a video of a full-scale exercise that we carried out, and we believe that really illustrates what we are trying to achieve. So one of the first big activities we carried out through Proculther-Net 2 was a national network that took place about a year ago. It was 2 half days online, and we had about 50 participants. It was very mixed. We had some cultural heritage experts, civil protection experts, but also a lot of people from higher education, from research, from technology. And it was really a good opportunity for us to come together, because a bit like was explained for Belgium, in Germany it's also a federal system, and there is no federal or national authority for cultural heritage. So we don't have that many opportunities to come together. And this was really a way for us to open a forum for discussion, to touch base, because the last meeting like this happened 5 years before. So we had a lot to catch up and to know what had been developed in Germany. And also what was very interesting during this workshop was the exchange between the European level and the German level, like on both sites, how we could learn from the different scales. So this was very fruitful. Afterwards, we organized a study visit, which was already mentioned. So the goal was to bring the partners from the project to Germany, to logistics center from the German Federal Agency for Technical Relief. So it is where all the material is stored for all the emergency interventions. And there is also a special location for our material, the one that was developed for the Cultural Heritage Response Unit that Alicia is going to present. And so we wanted to show everything to our partners. So this includes typical humanitarian response equipment, like a base of operation, thanks to equipment for water sanitation, for example, but also and mostly equipment that was developed specially for the safeguarding of cultural heritage during an emergency. So for movable and for immovable heritage. So we have a lab, we have also a lot of things for immovable heritage for first assessment. So it was, very interesting to show this to our partners. And then, of course, we were involved in many other activities. Like for the previous project, we were responsible for the coordination of the technical bulletins together, of course, with the Italian team. And I was very happy this morning to hear several other speakers mention the technical bulletins. So it's spreading slowly, and I encourage everybody here to contribute to the next ones, either by sending us articles or by reviewing articles. It will be very helpful to continue to spread all this lessons learned. So Germany contributed with articles, with reviewers, and then we also participated in all the trainings. We sent as many experts as was possible every time. So 4 experts per training, and each time we had 2 cultural heritage and 2 civil protection experts, and they are all volunteers within our project, so the Cultural Heritage Response Unit. So it was very interesting to compare the approaches and also to see the compatibility between the Proculther-Net approach and the one that has been developed in Germany. I'm just going to introduce quickly, and then Alicia is going to explain you the rest. So what we have been working on since 2021 in Germany is a project called Kulturgutretter, a Cultural Heritage Response Unit. We are 3 partners coming from different backgrounds, so the German Archaeological Institute, the Federal Agency for Technical Relief, and the Leibniz Center for Archaeology. So we have been trying, like the goal, we have actually achieved what we were trying to do, but so the goal was to develop an emergency response unit that can be deployed everywhere in the world to protect cultural heritage, both immovable and movable heritage, in case of disaster. So for this, we had to develop several building blocks. First, a network of experts, so coming from civil protection and cultural heritage. They are being trained together, and they should be able to deploy together. We also developed standards. How do you handle cultural heritage after a disaster? How do you work together with experts from different backgrounds? So this was very important. And also the modular equipment. You saw a few pictures before. So what can you bring with you to do really the emergency first aid treatment for cultural heritage? And it has to be air transportable to be able to be deployed anywhere in the world. So this is what we have been working on. And I'm going to let Alicia tell you a bit more about it.
Thank you very much. So I will just give you a very brief insight into the team because we brought along a video from our first scale exercise, and I think this will show it even better. But to begin with, you can see here the team structure. Our team is with 43 experts coming from THW for the field of civil protection and from DAI from the field of cultural heritage protection. And combining these experts, the crew becomes a highly interdisciplinary team. So we have, let's say, combined both worlds in this team to safeguard cultural heritage the best way possible during mission. As you can see on the slide, our team structure is rather large. We have a few specialized units, the support unit, enabling self-sufficiency throughout the missions. We have an IT cell, which ensures digital documentation throughout the whole process, and the specialized units for either movable cultural assets and immovable cultural assets. And depending on the scenario and the local needs, our team can be adapted. So we can either deploy the whole team or just one of the specialized units. As Constance already said, we also developed common standards. So there are two different standards, minimum standards. These are to ensure constant and high quality while working with cultural assets, and of course standard operating procedures to streamline all the processes from the beginning, during and after the mission. And as you can also see on the slide, we have an emergency laboratory for working with movable cultural assets. We have documentation devices, and we also have measuring devices working with immovable cultural assets. And everything is stored in Germany close by to an airport to be ready to deploy as soon as necessary. These common standards are, of course, trained regularly within our team, and we also have a dedicated IT structure. The IT infrastructure brings along, for example, an on-site Wi-Fi network, as well as tablets. These tablets are equipped with templates. You have seen some templates this morning before, and as you can see here, we are also mapping where we can find cultural assets that need to be protected, and we are documenting every step throughout the process when working with cultural assets. This digitalized process also enable us to hand over the data after the mission to the affected institution, and of course we also make sure that all of the data is being stored locally, so nothing will be transferred to Germany unless it's wanted, and so we ensure that all of the cultural assets stay at the affected country as well as the data. So most recently, you've heard it before, we were able to register the Cultural Heritage Protection module within CESIS under the UCPM. Actually, just in February, a few weeks ago, meaning that we are now able to deploy the crew worldwide, according to EU definition within 96 hours for at least 10 days. And as you've heard before, we can adapt the crews or either send a whole team or, depending on the scenario and the local needs, to send only one specialized unit. And what I would also like to highlight, thanks to Proculther-Net 2 and our Italian colleagues, we were able to participate in the MODEX in 2024 in autumn in Venice, which was a great opportunity for us and for the crew to train and to test what we have developed throughout the past years. We participated with a smaller team, a skeleton team with 7 experts from the crew, and therefore we also could test if our modular way would work out, and I think I'm good to say it worked out very well, and we are now very brave to go to our first mission. And to conclude our presentation, we would like to show you a video of our first large-scale exercise, which took place in 2024 in Germany.
Verlassen ist es und stark beschädigt, wie im Ernstfall, das Renaissance-Schloss de Mertin. Hier wird weiter wachsen, was es bisher so nirgendwo gibt, eine Einsatzeinheit, die nach einer Katastrophe im Ausland Kulturgüter rettet. Was nach einem Erdbeben oder Überschwemmungen funktionieren muss, wird im brandenburgischen Gumtow erstmals in großem Stil geübt.
Innerhalb des eingezäunten Bereiches ist es sicher, dort braucht ihr auch keinen Helm tragen. Ihr könnt euch auch schon mal umgucken, ob da irgendwie über die Unit-Leader, das müsst ihr selber entscheiden, schon mal Ausstattung identifizierbar ist. Wichtig ist, dass nicht alle Leute direkt in die Fläche diffundieren und mal gucken, was es da zu gucken gibt.
Alles, damit die Cultural Heritage Response Unit, kurz CRU, bestmöglich vorbereitet ist. 4 Tage kommen 120 Fachleute auf dem Gelände rund um das alte Schloss zusammen, um den Ernstfall zu trainieren. Mit dabei die Crew, Teammitglieder Adelindes und Günther vom THW.
Der Regen, der ist jetzt nicht ganz so nett, aber der soll ja auch im Laufe des Tages aufhören. Also ich glaube, wir sind gerüstet.
Ja, bereit für alles. Wir warten auf unseren Einsatz und freuen uns auf das, was kommt.
Jetzt hebt an!
Die Crew ist ein Gemeinschaftsprojekt. Das Deutsche Archäologische Institut arbeitet schon seit 2021 gemeinsam mit dem Leibniz-Zentrum für Archäologie und dem THW im Projekt Kulturgutretter am Aufbau der neuen Auslandseinsatzeinheit. Eine so große Übung hat es für die Crew noch nie gegeben.
Und zuallererst schauen wir hier mal, dass wir den Regen draußen lassen.
Hier wird die Übung gesteuert. Alles, was in dem fiktiven Einsatz passiert, ist für die Crew eine Überraschung. Nach einem schweren Erdbeben hat das fiktive Land Altengard um Hilfe gebeten. Kulturgüter sollen notkonserviert werden. Deutschland hat über den Katastrophenschutzmechanismus der EU die Unterstützung der Crew angeboten.
Einsatz für die Crew, so wie wir uns ihn aktuell vorstellen, würde nach der Lebensrettungsphase beginnen. Das heißt, wir haben einen weitaus größeren zeitlichen Vorlauf als unsere anderen Auslandseinheiten, die ja tatsächlich sehr schnell in den Einsatz gehen können. Und dann würde der Einsatz vor Ort so ablaufen, dass wir eine Notkonservierung der Kulturgüter machen, des Immobilien wie auch des mobilen Kulturgutes.
Einmal. Wie lange haben wir Zeit? Planmäßig?
Das mobile Notkonservierungslabor, eine Art Reinigungsstraße für verschmutztes Kulturgut. Das Projekt hat das mobile Labor extra entwickelt und es wird vor Ort zusammengesetzt.
Da ist so ein Schaumstoff dazwischen, damit es, also es ist nicht gesteckt, sondern aufgelegt.
Also ich würde mal ein bisschen Deformation würde ich schon mal mit angeben. So.
Nach einer Katastrophe könnte es tatsächlich so aussehen. Die Crew, bestehend aus Einsatzkräften des THW und Freiwilligen aus dem Bereich Kulturgutschutz des DAI, machen sich an die Schadensaufnahme. Aber beim Dokumentieren bleibt es für Günther und die anderen Teammitglieder nicht. Wo es geht, sichern sie das Gebäude.
Weil man sieht ja, es ist ein großer Riss und das Gebäudeteil droht abzusacken und das Gebäude weiter zu beschädigen. Und als Abstützung haben wir das dahin gebaut.
Große Arbeiten stehen für die Crew auch im Schloss an. Kunstsammlungen sind nicht mehr sicher gelagert, zum Teil beschädigt. Das alles müssen die Kulturgutretter erstmal dokumentieren, vermessen, Raum für Raum, von den Obergeschossen bis in den Keller. Es geht gut voran, bis erstmal nichts mehr
Wenn
geht.
da hinten eine Bombe ist, dann meiner Meinung nach gehen wir alle runter.
Wo ist eine Bombe?
Da hinten. Und in dem Steinstab. In dem Steinhaufen, ja. Und da können wir jetzt nicht hier bleiben. Ja.
Wegen einem möglichen Bombenfund müssen wir jetzt erstmal vorläufig evakuieren und werden jetzt das Gebäude verlassen.
Auch Evakuierungen werden trainiert, denn die Sicherheit aller im Team hat höchste Priorität. Deshalb würde die Crew auch nie in ein aktuelles Kriegsgebiet geschickt werden. Die vermeintliche Bombe ist natürlich harmlos. Auch sonst hat die Übungssteuerung Fundstücke überall im Schloss verteilt. Kulturgüter sind Teil der Identität von Gesellschaften. Sie verkörpern Geschichte, Traditionen und Wissen.
Heutzutage kann man leider auch schon sehen, jetzt am Beispiel des Angriffskriegs der Russen an der Ukraine, dass es tatsächlich auch schon als Kriegswaffe eingesetzt wird, dass absichtlich versucht wird, eine Kultur, das heißt auch eine Bevölkerung in dem Identifikationsmaß zu zerstören und auszulöschen, dass man dieses wegnimmt. Deshalb ist die Bewahrung von Kulturgütern gerade auch so wichtig und für uns, glaube ich, als Katastrophenschutz- und Zivilschutzorganisation THW tatsächlich auch mitunter eins unserer Aufgabenfelder, an denen wir uns beteiligen sollten.
Die Fachkräfte bergen und verpacken bewegliches Kulturgut. Besonders widerspenstig ist diese Statue. Sie ist zu groß für die eigentlich vorgesehenen Kisten. Eine herumliegende Matratze wird spontan zum Statuen-Sandwich. Auch das gehört dazu. Flexibilität und Ideenreichtum im Auslandseinsatz. In dem Projekt Kulturgutretter steckt sehr viel ehrenamtliches Engagement. Finanziert wird alles durch das Auswärtige Amt. Im Keller müssen Adelindis und ihr Team zusätzliche Schutzkleidung tragen. Hier lagert auch organisches Material, das gesundheitsschädlich sein könnte. Auch hier geht Sicherheit vor.
Also was hier genau drin ist, weiß ich gar nicht. Ein Schmetterling nehme ich noch mit. Ansonsten waren es Knochen, es waren Scherben verschiedenster Art. Drum haben wir in den Kisten auch immer so Schaumstoff unten drunter, dass wir definitiv nicht irgendwas beschädigen.
Herzstück der Einheit ist die Zusammenarbeit von THW-Kräften und freiwilligen Kulturgutfachleuten des Deutschen Archäologischen Instituts. Günther und das Team stehen vor der nächsten Aufgabe. Eine wertvolle Steintafel, sogenanntes immobiles Kulturgut, droht nach dem Erdbeben von der Wand zu stürzen. Ein extra gepolstertes Stützgerüst muss her.
So, jetzt ich halte.
Und dann kommt plötzlich Besuch. Der Landbesitzer weiß nichts von dem Einsatz auf seinem Grundstück. Auch das ist ein Rollenspiel, aber jederzeit im Einsatz möglich. Denn nach dem Erdbeben kann die Kommunikation stoppen.
Everything is clear.
Aber am Ende hat der Darsteller dann doch Verständnis. Problem gelöst für die Crew. Und überhaupt läuft alles ziemlich gut. Adelindis bringt Nachschub ins mobile Notkonservierungslabor.
Ja, das sollte man zwischenzeitlich nicht loslassen.
Nach der Registrierung wandern die Kulturgüter in die Nass- oder Trockenreinigung. Dieses spezielle Labor wurde im Projekt Kulturgutretter eigens entwickelt.
Also jeder ist total happy, dass er jetzt endlich mal loslegen kann. Und man sieht auch, da ist jetzt richtig Geschwindigkeit drin.
Code ist nicht dabei, es sind keine Skills.
Fachleute dokumentieren danach noch den Zustand der Objekte und packen sie sicher ein. Technik und Abläufe funktionieren, aber erst die Arbeit Hand in Hand macht das Projekt zum Erfolg. Mission erfüllt in Altengard.
Das Team funktioniert. Die Menschen untereinander, so verschieden sie sind, die Fachbereiche untereinander, das funktioniert, die Absprachen funktionieren. Und das war uns sehr wichtig und das konnten wir mit dieser Übung beweisen.
Alle raus, Übung ist vorbei!
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alicia and Constance. Now I will give the floor to Xavier Romao from the Porto, University of Porto.
Thank you, Tiziana. So good morning, everyone. I'm sorry for not being able to be present physically with you for this final workshop. I mean, due to other commitments, I'm only able to follow you during the morning remotely. So I will briefly share with you a couple of let's say thoughts and comments about this project, and I will start with what we had in mind, what were our, let's say, our overarching goals to achieve during this second project. Some of the things you have already heard about in the previous presentation, also in the presentation that Tiziana did. So I will try not to be very detailed, but nonetheless, I would like to share with you my thoughts on the issues. So one of our first, let's say, objectives was to consolidate and expand activities of the previous Proculther-Net projects. So that involved a series of things. You already have heard about the international training, so consolidating that format, continue to publish the technical bulletin that you have heard also about. That was also a very important goal. But there was also another particular and much more local goal for Portugal, which would be to consolidate the national network of training and its activities. And I will speak a little bit about that later. After that, sorry, now my PowerPoint is not moving. I don't know exactly why. Okay. Give me a second because WebEx, oops, sorry. Yeah. Okay, now it's moving here. Okay, sorry about this. So our second goal was to, let's say, enhance the connection between the Proculther network and other networks and other projects. So this was also briefly addressed by Tiziana before. So you heard about many initiatives. I will briefly highlight a couple of them. One was the THW visit to Germany by many of the stakeholders of the project. also the participation in the MODEX exercise in Venice in 2024, but also the many other, let's say, initiatives like the workshop in Rome in May 2025 that basically connected many of the challenges of Proculther and the issues that are related with the conservation and protection of cultural heritage with other fields and other topics related with disaster risk management. Also, perhaps one of the key objectives was, let's say, an update of the methodology that was defined or developed a couple of projects ago by Proculther. So one of the key aspects was the revision and the expansion of the damage collection forms and testing these updates in a realistic environment. So this is something that happened, as I'm sure you know, about a month ago, so in February in the workshop in Turkey, in Bursa. And that was, I believe, a key achievement because it expanded the original, let's say, scope of the forms and was able to try them, test them in the field before the end of the project. And I'm sure that many aspects will come from that. Many other things will be able to be developed or updated because of this update. I will briefly speak about these three aspects. So the National Training Network, the THW visit, and the workshop in Bursa, just to give you a highlight of our own experience, our own challenges, our own lessons learned, but also what the participants from Portugal, from the network of stakeholders we have, gathered from participating in some of these activities. So for the first aspect, so the national training, we had the objective at the beginning to organize a longer, let's say, national training on disaster risk management and focusing also on the protection of cultural heritage during emergencies. That training had to be, due to, let's say, political momentum, to be held much sooner than we expected, and it had to be shorter also, and focused also not on a multi-hazard, let's say, setting like we would hope to, but it was only focused on earthquakes. Because again, there were some national, let's say, momentum that made us aware that, yeah, either we do it now on earthquakes or we will not be able to do it maybe a year later on a much larger setting. So we were forced to do it in December. But in any case, although the training was only 3 days, we focused on two main objectives. One was to consolidate the working group from Museus and Monumentos Portugal, which is one of the key national stakeholders under the umbrella of the Ministry of Culture that manages and is responsible for the conservation of most of the more iconic, let's say, heritage sites in Portugal. So there was a team, and there is a team there that is pretty much focused on disaster risk management for cultural heritage, including emergency response. And we also wanted to develop a training program that was suitable for different types of heritage professionals, in particular with different backgrounds, because those are people that are going to be on site when needed, and many of them have very, very little knowledge about emergencies, about disasters, about risk. So this is an important aspect because in a real emergency, we will have a lot of people with different backgrounds. So it was important to try to level up a little bit the level of knowledge. So the first 2 days of the workshop were focused on foundational knowledge, so understanding what is an immediate emergency procedures for immovable and movable heritage. We also emphasize the value of stakeholder networks. So who can you, let's say, reach out in case of emergencies? What are the institutions? What are the other networks that are not connected to heritage but can help you in case of an emergency? This is something that we really struggle with sometimes. But we focus this aspect very much. And again, in the January, February series of stones we had in Portugal, I don't know if you heard about it, but that was key. This let's say this connection with other stakeholders, with other institutions that could help you in case of a crisis was fundamental in the early response for these storms. We also focused on pre-disaster documentation now and how important is that for the recovery and for the emergency response also. And we had the good fortune of having 3, let's say, case studies that were, let's say, discussed with us, presented to us by 3 representatives, one from Italy, one from Spain, and another from Croatia. So those first-hand experiences were very valuable for our participants, and we thank them all for being part of this training. So on the third day, we focused mostly on practical aspects. So there was a live demonstration of shoring and stabilization techniques for movable heritage that was provided by the Lisbon Fire Brigade. There was also training on damage assessment for and documentation, provisional packing, and transport of movable heritage. So we had both the movable and the immovable. We used the site in Lisbon that was more or less prepared for that. And we also included a very small demonstration of what can be the earthquake effects in art objects using a small shading table, so that many people didn't really understand what can happen, what are the likely situations, what type of objects can be in fact impacted by an earthquake in different ways. So we had a small demonstration just to show people what in fact can happen in case of an earthquake. So based on this workshop, what were the key takeaway messages? So the participants became way more familiar with standardized protocols for post-earthquake damage assessment and stabilization of heritage. And I have to highlight that for many of them, this was the actual first contact with anything related with earthquake response or even emergency response in general. We are also very glad that ties were really strengthened with the Italian Civil Protection that provided information for the case study and provided to people to come to the workshop. With the Croatian Ministry of Culture, we had a person from that ministry to describe and share with us a lot of information about their experiences in Zagreb in 2020. And we also had two members of Spanish NGOs that were, let's say, fortunate enough to be able to come to share with us information about the Lorca earthquake and how the emergency response worked and how the recovery, in fact, also worked. As an outcome of the workshop, we also had the good fortune of having two national working groups to be launched that are going to be, let's say, tasked with the development of damage assessment forms for Portugal, for both movable and immovable heritage. Firstly, focused on earthquakes, but also then focused on other types of hazards. Related to the second objective, I'd like to just to highlight here the important visit that was, let's say, organized by THW to the logistics center. You heard about this in the previous presentation, so I will not give that much details about here, but I just want to highlight that there was one key staff member from Museus and Monumentos Portugal that was part of this visit as a representative of Portugal. And these brief comments are based on what he told me about the visit. So he was really thankful and amazed by all that he saw. So that visit for him provided comprehensive knowledge about the structure, the composition and intervention model of the Cultural Heritage Response Unit, as you saw before in the previous presentation. There was a lot of information provided about methods for cataloging, storing, and preparing the equipment for rapid emergency mobilization. There was also a lot of practical demonstration of the field methods used by this unit, and it was for him a very important opportunity to strengthen cooperation and identify possible future collaborative opportunities with MMP. I also want to highlight two aspects that he told me that, are not technical, but are, let's say, equally important. He mentioned that the visit was characterized by a high level of professionalism and significant information exchange between all involved entities. This is actually very important because this is what the Proculther-Net is all about. So this is actually very good because I hope that this visit can be repeated in future projects with other types of people, other participants, other stakeholders. He also noted that everything was very clear and the coordination of the program was actually excellent. So congratulations to all the people at THW that provided this visit. And I hope you can repeat this for future projects for many other participants because the experience was very, very important for him. So regarding the third objective, I just want to highlight a little bit about what were the outcomes and the key takeaways from the international workshop that happened in Bursa last month, about testing the updated version of the damage assessment forms on a realistic environment. So there were 3 people from Portugal that participated, one from the National Civil Protection Agency, David Miranda, one from MMP, so Joana Amaral, and another one from the Lisbon Fire Brigade, Mário Ferreira. These are, I think, online. I think David is also online. So from both of the information that they share with me about their participation and what they went through during that workshop, they highlighted that there was a strong collaboration between heritage experts and seal protection professionals. This is something that is, of course, essential, as was said before, and is also normal within the Proculther network, let's say, training setting. But for many people that are not used to this type of training, this might come as a surprise because they are not used to them. Yes.
Just a second, because there are some noises. Anna, can you please mute your mic? Please mute your mic, please. Okay, Xavier. Go on, please. Sorry.
Okay, thanks. No problem. Another important aspect of this strong collaboration was the fact that it improved data collection and interpretation, because you had different perspectives on the data that you were collecting in terms of damage to the heritage aspects, either built or movable. So that collaboration between different types of expertise is really important for let's say a much better, let's say, overall view of damage assessment. Also, the fact that practical exercises were held in a very realistic environment was really important to highlight any issues with the usability of the actual forms, because it was able to, let's say, represent a true scenario post, let's say, post event. Also, I was told that there were observer groups mixed within the teams that were performing the damage assessment, and these observers were really important to assess extra elements about the teams, namely dynamics, so how they were working together, difficulties that they were not able to share outside, but that were visible to these observers. So this aspect is really important to further validate how the process of damage assessment is working.
Taką konferencję się podłączyłam. Słucham, nie słucham.
Yeah, okay. And finally, the fact that these common templates were developed is, of course, extremely important to facilitate coordination in international disaster response scenarios, because everyone will speak the same language, but this is something that is a given, let's say, within the Proculther network setting. Now, a couple of high points that they highlighted also about the workshop. So the training structure was extremely well designed, so it combined classroom sessions with let's say, realistic field simulations, and everything worked out very well on that point. This multidisciplinary collaboration was also good to facilitate, let's say, the completion of the damage assessment forms. It also facilitated problem solving and critical discussion. The debriefing sessions were also very helpful to identify practical challenges and refine tools, while also aiding collective reflection and shared learning, because not everyone had the same, let's say, experience going into this training. And they also highlighted the excellent organization and the logistics of the colleagues from Turkey. So congratulations on that, because I'm sure it was a huge challenge, but it's an essential part of a successful workshop.
No ale Salk, jakbyś do klientek tak jeździł, to one by chyba uciekły. Komu? Komu? Żona choruje.
Anna, can you hear me? Anna? Could you please turn off your mic, Anna, please?
Poczekaj.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna. Sorry, Xavier.
No problem. So aside from that, they also highlighted a couple of points that, in their opinion, I mean, require a little bit more refinement and update. These are their opinions. I don't fully agree with all of them personally. But in any case, I think it's important to highlight them here. So for them, the template, the damage assessment template was considered too long. I mean, they suggest that it should be simplified to facilitate, let's say, prioritization in a real setting. Because depending on the emergency, and again, this will be case by case dependent, it may not be easy or practical to fill everything in an initial response phase, and maybe at a second stage later on, it might be better to collect more detailed information. Of course, this depends on when, let's say, the damage assessment for heritage is deployed, is actually performed, the scale of the emergency, all of that is relevant. And personally, I think there might be let's say a way to address this by having, let's say, two forms, one simple one for when you really only need to collect a little bit of information just to make some priorities, and the larger one, which is the current one probably, when you need to collect everything. And you will deploy one or the other form depending on the emergency itself. So this is something that I understand, I relate to. I understand that it may not be easy in all cases to fill out that damage assessment form. They were also saying that paper-based forms are not practical and should maybe be replaced by a digital version on a tablet or a smartphone. Yeah, I'm not sure I fully agree with this. I understand why this is said in this context. I understand the value of digital forms and digital data collection, minimizes error, blah, blah. All of that is very true. I just don't feel that we should abolish completely paper forms because it might be necessary. We don't know what is the scenario. We don't know what is the location, and it may not be so easy to actually have batteries charged for enough time to be able to collect information, all the information that is needed. So yeah, moving towards a digital, let's say, data collection is of course important, and I think it can be done, although it raises many other challenges, like let's say the long-term management of an app that basically allows you to do that, but that's another issue. In any case, paper forms are always necessary as a backup, in my opinion. And as a third point, they also highlighted that the damage classification tables of the form are a bit complex and might be and should be perhaps be simplified. This, of course, relates to one aspect, which is the level of experience of the person that is filling out the form. So it depends also on that. I can understand why this is said like this, and I can somehow relate. I don't have a clear solution for this unless it's basically provide as much training, as much information, as much experience as possible to those that will, in the end, in the field, will have to fill those forms. So about the future, just a couple of words about the next project. So the University of Porto will not be part of the next generation of the project, so Proculther for All. Museus and Monuments Portugal will step up in representing Portugal as the partner in the project, which makes more sense. I mean, they are the stakeholder, they are the people that will be on site in case of an emergency. So this is the most logical, let's say, evolution of the participation from Portugal. We, of course, at the University of Porto will continue to support the activities of the network. We remain available. We will continue working with Museus and Monuments Portugal, of course, as a technical partner. And I mean, for the Proculther-Net network, I mean, we are still available. We remain pretty much engaged with the whole objectives of this network and in the protection of cultural heritage in case of emergencies. So it was, for me in particular, a very enriching experience to be part of these two projects. I mean, I hope that the long-term, let's say, survival of this network is pretty much ensured by now. I mean, I've seen that the number of people, networks, institutions that are gathering around this is constantly increasing. So I'm sure that the longevity of this network is pretty much assured. And I wish you all the luck for the future. And again, as I said, I remain completely available for collaborations and cooperations with the future project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Xavier. Of course, we will remain in touch. Don't worry. So now let me give the floor to Ana Isabel Moran Duran, the Minister of Tourism and Culture of the region Castilla y León. So, Anna, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to me here today, to be here today, sharing the work we have carried out in our region to protect cultural heritage in emergency situations. I'm also very grateful for the opportunity to learn from the experience and approaches of all the countries' participation in this forum. I will now provide a brief overview of the activities carried out by the regional government of Castilla y León, Spain, within the framework of the Proculther-Net 2 project, such as strengthening this region's collaboration with the National Plan for Risk and Emergencies Management in Cultural Heritage, which is managed by a Spanish state body responsible for coordination in this field. Among the activities in which the project has been represented through the regional government of Castilla y León, the following stand out. Participation in international conference Fire Resilience for Heritage in a Changing Climate, held in November 2024 in Chile and organized by UNESCO, as well as the communities active involved over the last 3 editions in the Master's degree in Emergency and Disaster Management at the University of Malaga, successfully raising awareness of the importance of protecting cultural heritage from the consequences of natural disaster. Likewise, through articles prepared by ISPER from the Directorate General for Cultural Heritage, we have contributed to the technical bulletin and coordinated the participation of other relevant entities. Among these, we highlight the article entitled Forest Fires and Cultural Heritage due to the impact it achieved. Regarding the challenges faced, we must first recall what we stated at the final Proculther-Net conference held in Rome in December 2023. The importance, basic and essential, of including in legislation and regulations the protection of cultural heritage against the consequences of disaster, both in that of the organizations in charge of safeguarding cultural heritage, which must promote disaster risk reduction and management policies, as well as those linked to the civil protection sector, to guarantee the protection of heritage after a disaster and the damage derived from this type of situations. Only with this inclusion in the legislation and regulation is it guaranteed that this problem will be addressed with the same seriousness and systematization as other emergency sectors. In line with this conclusion, the Directorate General for Cultural Heritage of the Regional Government of Castilla y León took on the now completed challenges of addressing the reform of the law governing the protection for the cultural heritage in Castilla y León. This resulted in the drafting of the current law 7/2024 of 20th June on the cultural heritage of Castilla y León, which amended the previous regional legislation on this matter, Law 12/22, incorporating into the legal framework of the region's cultural heritage the aspect related to risks and emergencies that I will outline below. Before doing so, it's necessary to explain the context in which this law was developed and entered into force. The Spanish state has long-standing legislation in the field of cultural heritage, both at national and regional levels. The Spanish Historical Heritage Law 17/1985 serves as the framework to which the laws of the autonomous communities must adhere. It does not address risk and emergencies. The cultural heritage laws at the regional level, 70 autonomous communities with full powers in this area, are almost all from before 2020 and do not address risk and emergencies. In this context, the Law 7/2024 of June 20th on the cultural heritage of Castilla and León is the first law in Spain to introduce this aspect through the following 3 articles. Article 3, Principles of Sustainable Management of Cultural Heritage. The sustainable management of cultural heritage of Castilla and León should be governed by the following principles. A. Preservation and safeguarding a tangible and intangible values. Knowledge. And C. Preventive conservation to ensure the long-term viability of the asset from a technical and economic perspective, as well as to prevent extraordinary situations of risk and emergency. Article 39. Actions of local entities. Within the framework of cooperation, as referred to in Article 8 of this law, local entities shall E. Adopt, in case of emergency and within the scope of their own powers, the necessary precautionary measures to defend and safeguard the cultural heritage asset located within their territorial jurisdiction. Article 60. Instruments for the protection of heritage areas. G. Safeguard plan for emergency situation that includes the priority of provide elements and operational protocol for the action of the services involved. This law will serve as a model for future updates of regional laws, such as the Andalusian Law on Cultural Heritage, ratified on Part 11, 2026, which includes the same aspect in the 17th additional provision. Law 7/2024 of June 20th on the cultural heritage of Castilla and León must be developed through specific regulations, which we are currently working on, and which will allow us to establish that the conservation of cultural heritage should not focus solely on the everyday risk of alternation, but also consider the extraordinary risk that can damage or destroy it. 2. That at the local level, municipalities incorporate the protection of cultural heritage against risk and emergencies into their municipal emergency plans, establishing coordination with them, complementing their capacities, and collaboration in the training of their emergency service in the aspect of safeguarding cultural heritage. Dime. I don't understand. No te entiendo. Ah, que hay que reducir. Ok. A ver. It's important to highlight efforts made by the Directorate General of Cultural Heritage of Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Sport of the Regional Government of Castilla and León to incorporate the protection of cultural heritage in the face of the emergencies. This has involved introducing changes in the territorial civil protection plans, such as Civil Protection Plan to Forest Fire Emergency in Castilla and León. Infocal. I don't understand si lo estoy haciendo bien. A ver. Sí. Challenges. Challenges and expectation. In Spain, we are witnessing an increase in disaster, both in frequency and intensity, due to the effects of climate change. And cultural heritage is also affected, impacting people's lives, which confirm what UNESCO has stated in this regard. Read it. In Castilla and León in particular, and in Spain in general, we are seeing an increasingly significant impact of natural disaster on cultural heritage, especially fires in buildings, forest fires, floods, and extreme weather events, which affect all types of assets and levels of protection for cultural interests, World Heritage property, and all categories of tangible and intangible heritage. They also affect the people and associated communities who face recovery on their own. The disasters that have occurred and the measures adopted to overcome them have provided us with the following lessons learned. Read. These lessons highlight the need to continue working on the development and adaptation of national and regional legislation, as well as local and sector-specific regulation at all levels, clearly defining the responsibilities among administration and bodies, and the capacities of the actors involved in the cultural heritage sector. We must bear in mind that cultural heritage is one of the sectors that receives the least funding despite generating significant benefits, not only economic ones, which make it a strategic sector in countries like ours. For the reason, we reiterate what has been stated by various organizations. And with this image, No, is that? Sorry. And with this image of a traditional festival from Castilla y León known as Mascaradas, this. And with this image of traditional festival from Castilla y León known as Mascaradas, an example of the various celebrations held through Europe to work of evil and bring good fortune. I take my leave and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Greetings also to Cristina Escudero, who is the focal point from the Junta of Castilla y León, who was unfortunately for personal reason was not able to join us. Then I leave the floor to Erkan Doganay. Sorry, I think that we are a bit late, but I think we will be finishing this session. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today at the final conference of Proculther-Net 2. My name is Erkan Doğan. I'm from Turkey, and I represent AFAD Disaster and Emergency Management Presidency of Turkey. Today, I'll briefly present Turkey's experience, focusing on the main achievements, lessons learned, and future perspectives within the project. Cultural heritage represents identity, history, and collective memory. However, disasters increasingly threaten these assets worldwide. Especially in my country, in Turkey, this challenge is even more critical. My country stands at the crossroads of rich cultural heritage and high disaster risk, making its protection not only a national duty, but also a global responsibility. The February 6, 2023 earthquakes clearly demonstrated this reality also. These earthquakes caused not only human and economic losses, but also significant damage to cultural heritage. In this image shows a search and rescue operation carried out in a historical structure after the earthquake in Hatay. It's a province affected from the earthquake. The picture reflects a critical challenge. How can we save lives while also protecting cultural heritage, and similar how to protect cultural heritage also from the effects of disasters and emergencies? I think these questions lies at the heart of the pro-culture approach from our point of view. From project outputs to national implementation, Turkey achieved significant process, we believe. We strengthened institutional cooperation and networks, clarified roles and responsibilities, and conducted a comprehensive gap analysis. We also identified key actions for both risk reduction and response phases, also recovery phases. Most importantly, these efforts enabled us to integrate cultural heritage protection into our national disaster management framework, such as Turkey National Disaster Risk Reduction Plan, Turkey National Response Plan, Turkey Provincial Disaster Risk Reduction Plan, and post-emergency, post-disaster recovery plan also. When our Italian colleagues, I remember, introduced this project in 2019, we identified a critical gap. Cultural heritage was well recognized in my country, in Turkey, but not sufficiently protected from disasters. So this realization led us to immediately join the initiative, join these projects. From national perspective, at the national level, we implemented during this process a wide range of activities. We established cooperation mechanism, engaged stakeholders, and organized both national and international workshops. We also actively participated in international meetings and developed knowledge sharing activities. So we also actively participated in international meetings and developed knowledge sharing activities. These efforts brought together key actors, including AFAD, Ministry of Culture and Tourism, the academy, university, NGOs, and local authorities also. Within this project, we produced a variety of outputs, as I mentioned, methodology book, technical bulletins, research reports, and awareness materials. We also carried out numerous activities, such as trainings, workshops, exercises, and international cooperations. Both face-to-face and online formats were used to ensure wider participation and impact. Overall, these activities contributed significantly to capacity building of ourselves. In April 2025, we organized a national workshop in Bursa. The main objective was to assess the impact of the February 6 earthquakes on cultural heritage. The workshop brought together government institutions, academia, NGOs, and experts also. It provided a valuable platform for sharing experience and strengthening cooperation. Still not working. I'm controlling. As part of the workshop, we conducted a field exercise at a historical site. The scenario was a magnitude of 6.9 earthquake. The objective was to rescue victims while protecting cultural heritage and minimizing structural damage. This exercise demonstrated the importance of joint work between search and rescue teams and cultural heritage experts. In February 2026, around 1 month ago, we hosted an international workshop in Bursa with around 80 participants from 20 countries. This activity combined theoretical discussions with practical field exercise, as my colleagues summarized before. The workshop focused on damage and impact assessment methodologies. At the same time, exercises were conducted at 2 different historical sites. One focused on identifying and stabilizing damaged cultural assets in a museum environment, and the other focused on structural damage assessment. And this approach allowed us to test methodologies in real heritage environments, moving from theory to practice. From our point of view, it was a successful and delicious time for all of us, because of Turkish cuisine, you know. And in general, several important lessons emerged from the project. First, cultural heritage must be integrated into disaster risk management system from our point of view. Second, interdisciplinary cooperation is essential. Training and exercises significantly improve operational capacity. Data systems and inventories are crucial for effective response, and we think finally international cooperation plays a key role in knowledge exchange and capacity development. For future, looking ahead, several priorities stands out. We aim to further strengthen institutional cooperation, develop risk assessment methodologies, and expand training and exercises. We also plan to improve digital monitoring systems and enhance cooperation within the EU civil protection mechanism. All these steps will help us build a more resilient system and protect cultural heritage also from the effects of disasters. In conclusion, protecting cultural heritage from disasters means protecting our shared history and identity. Proculther-Net 2 project has clearly demonstrated that international cooperation and knowledge sharing are essential. Together, we believe that we can strengthen resilience and better protect cultural heritage for future generations with the help and support of Proculture for All project. Thank you for listening to me, and I want to show you a video, I hope.
Cultural heritage is more than history. It is our shared identity and a legacy for future generations. To protect this legacy from the threat of disasters, the Proculther-Net 2 project, co-funded by the Directorate General for European Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Operations, is contributing to the definition of a common operational language within the Union Civil Protection Mechanism. In the historic city of Bursa, around 80 cultural heritage and disaster risk management experts from 20 participating states of the mechanism have arrived to test and refine the damage and impact assessment templates designed to document and evaluate the condition of both tangible and intangible cultural heritage after a disaster. This gathering in the first capital of the Ottoman Empire marks a critical step in integrating cultural safeguarding into the Union Civil Protection Mechanism. At the UNESCO-listed Maradiye complex, the experts implemented a simulated 6.9 magnitude earthquake scenario. Within the monumental tombs of Sultan Murad II and Sultan Cem, the experts divided in teams were called to test the performance of these technical assessment tools in real-world conditions. The experts utilized specific templates to carry out a damage assessment of the site and document the condition of movable and intangible heritage, establishing a clear line for prioritization and emergency safeguarding. Every damage and impact has been documented. the operation continued at the Roman Gaul Silk Factory, a site representing Bursa's deep industrial heritage. Here, the focus shifted to the structural integrity of built heritage and impact on intangible heritage. Working in coordinated groups, the experts evaluated building stability and secondary risks. By analyzing the historic looms and the factory's unique architecture, the experts identified the operational challenges of working in a disused industrial site, addressing both its industrial built heritage and associated intangible heritage under severe disaster conditions. The most important phase of the exercise focused on the discussion and exchange of technical assessment methodologies. Moving beyond initial observations, the experts engaged in structured discussions within their teams, comparing findings and reflecting on operational approaches. In line with the Union Civil Protection Mechanism standards, the teams then reported and shared their feedback on the assessment activities. This phase demonstrated the seamless transition from field assessment to strategic reporting, establishing a reliable information flow that is essential for international protection standards and emergency decision-making. In Bursa, the experts' collaborative spirit and dedication contributed to the fine-tuning of practical tools for the protection of cultural heritage at risk, highlighting the urgent need perceived by participating states within the Union Civil Protection Mechanism to work through a common and shared approach. This collective motivation is the driving force needed to fully embed cultural heritage into coordinated emergency response efforts at each national and European level.
Yeah, it's a long finish actually. I want to thank you for our colleagues from Italy, our other colleagues from France, Spain, Germany, Portugal. That's a good project and we are waiting for the next page. Yes, thank you very much.
We can start. Please have a seat. And thank you for your attention. Veronica and Sara, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Veronica Piacentini. I am from the Italian Civil Protection Department. And I'm here with my colleague Sara Esposito from the Italian Ministry of Culture to talk about the activities that have been carried out by the Italian group in the framework of the Proculther project, and also to talk about the latest advancement that we had in Italy in the topic of the protection of cultural heritage in these last 2 years. So, starting from here, our national group is made of the Civil Protection Department and the Ministry of Culture, but also from the National Firefighter Corps, the Carabinieri unit, which is our specialized police forces in the protection of cultural heritage, and the Italian Army. Our group is made of almost 20 members, and in these years we had the role to lead the implementation of the Proculther-Net 2 project, ensuring the collection of technical inputs from the national working group, so mainly the bulletins, the trainings, and the technical studies. And we also organize and participate in many different events and workshops, almost 30 events where Italian representatives participate. About the bulletin, I go fast because you already heard about that. Our contribution was with 11 different articles, and we also contribute with 13 Italian reviewers. We also had the role of the overall coordination together with DAI from Germany. We also organized, you already heard about that, 2 different study visits in Italy in 2024, one for the Croatian delegation, the other one from the Turkish delegation, to show a little bit how the the Italian civil protection system for the protection of cultural heritage works. And very big efforts from the Italian team was put in the organization of the trainings. We had the role of organizing these trainings, so we define the contents, we identified the location, which was the royal residence of Caserta and Campania, the involvement of trainers, the coordination of the trainees, the development of course material, and the coordination of field activities. This was in 2 different editions, in June and in September 2025. And another important activity was the activity related to the EU MODEX in Venice. The Italian team was asked to organize the scenarios inside the EU MODEX dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage. So we set up 3 different scenarios, one in an archive, another one in a church, and then in a historical facade outside. And our task was also to define all the injects to let the teams, the cultural heritage teams, so the crew team from Germany, but also the firefighter team from Italy and the Italian civil protection volunteers from the municipality of Venice, let them working together on the protection of cultural heritage. If it's possible, I would like to show a short video on that. So, okay, this was the UMODEX activity, and it was really an incredible experience because, as it has been already said, for the first time we had the opportunity to include the cultural heritage sector inside an international exercise, a civil protection international exercise. The other really big work that we did as Italian team was the coordination of the reviewing phase of the Proculther templates. Those templates had been already published in the other version, in the old version in the methodology. We had the opportunity to taste them in the training that we put in place in 2023 and then in 2025, and then we had the opportunity to discuss about it in the Borsa workshop. So at the end, we came out with a new version of these templates. We also simplified them, some of them. And now we have these 10 templates, one about the site, 5 are about the movable cultural heritage, the identification, damage assessment, and securing measures. Then we have 3 for the movable cultural heritage and 1 dedicated to the impact on intangible cultural heritage. The latest version will come out very soon. Then moving to the activities that we are doing at national level and that we have been doing in the last 2 years. Italy has this Institutional Technical Board on Cultural Heritage Protection, which has been established since 2010. So we work together as National Civil Protection Department with the Ministry of Culture, and we define all the prevention and preparedness actions, so info management, templates, database, training, exercises, coordination, planning, so almost everything at national level. And also, of course, we define the response actions, so the emergency management. And in 2026, a few months ago, the group was renewed for 2 more years until 2028. What we did in these last 2 years, we worked a lot on training. So we defined a new document, a national document about the operative indication on minimum national training standards. This document came out in 2025, and it's important because we achieved to include inside this new version also the activities and the training dedicated to the movable cultural heritage, because this was mainly dedicated to damage assessment and so about the training on damage assessment on ordinary building and cultural heritage building after an event. So we included the minimum requirements for training about movable cultural heritage, and we also include the important part of training on intangible cultural heritage. Today we have, thanks to this kind of national training standards that are mandatory in all our country, we put in place many different courses, and today we have a pool of experts, cultural heritage experts, that are almost 800 civil protection volunteers, 600 public officers, and 250 structural experts in the protection of cultural heritage. And for the next 2 years, we already have in program 3 other courses. So these numbers will be implemented at least of 200 more experts. We also published another very important document, which is the National Operative Indications for Debris Management after an earthquake. This is another important milestone because during emergency, this is a very crucial activity. And the important part is that inside this document, we included a chapter dedicated to materials resulting from collapses and demolitions of cultural heritage assets. And we also included specific templates for the census of cultural heritage debris. And this, of course, was agreed with our colleagues from the Ministry of Culture. And then I leave the floor to Sara to continue.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me first introduce myself. I'm Sara Esposito. I'm very happy to be here today on behalf of the Italian Ministry of Culture. As you know, Italy has an incredible, extremely extraordinary cultural heritage, both in quantity and quality. But at the same time, we have our territory is very fragile. We often have to face emergencies such as earthquakes, extreme weather events, and wildfires. And for this reason, the protection of cultural heritage in emergency context is a key priority, but also a major challenge for the Ministry of Culture. In a few minutes, I could not cover everything we are doing about this theme, but I will focus on two main points related to emergency planning. In Italy, unlike many other European countries, we have several active volcanoes. This means that one important risk we have to face is also volcanic risk. The volcanoes are constantly monitored, and this allows us, in some cases, to anticipate when something might happen and how serious it could be. This is very different from earthquakes, which are harder, if not impossible, to predict. So in the case of volcanoes, we can act in advance, and this makes planning essential. In the Campi Flegrei area, near Mount Vesuvius, near Naples, there is a high level of risk, both bradysismic and volcanic. According to the Civil Protection National Plan, risk areas, the red and yellow zone, and different alert levels are defined, so we can picture different scenarios. Based on this, the Ministry of Culture in 2023 has developed a specific plan for the protection of cultural heritage. This plan allows us to identify the assets at risk, define the procedures for in-situ protection or removal, and identify storage locations for assets removed in emergency. But planning is effective only when it is known, widely shared, and everybody knows what to do, how, and when. This is the reason why training and 3 national field exercises were organized by the Civil Protection Department in 2024 to test the national plan, and of course one of them was dedicated to cultural heritage protection in order to test also the sectoral plan on the protection of cultural heritage. Another key issue for the Ministry of Culture is emergency storage. Following the 2016 Central Italy earthquakes, in 2022, the Ministry issued guidelines for emergency storage in order to define basic technical and organizational standards. A main example of this is Santo Chiodo de Pot in Umbria. More recently, with the National Recovery and Resilience Plan and its complementary plan, 10 new projects are currently under construction. However, our approach is not limited to setting up storage facilities to recover assets after an emergency. Temporary storage solutions, in fact, often face management problems in ordinary times, and reconstruction can take many years. At the same time, in recent emergency, the number of objects to recover and restore and store has increased significantly. This is because cultural heritage today is not just about artworks, it is about identity and intangible values. This is why our goal is to create a multifunctional center for conservation, restoration, research, training, but also for public activities. We need to move beyond the idea of simple storages where assets are left waiting for the reconstruction to happen. Instead, we are embracing a more integrated vision that transforms these spaces into real technological hubs, maintaining a strong connection with the surrounding territory and opening up to the public through exhibitions, meetings, and shared initiatives. An example of this approach is the project currently under construction in Camerino. I leave the stage to Veronica for the conclusions. Thank you.
So about the expectation, challenges, and future initiative, we will set up more training courses, as I already said, define the Italian civil protection module. We are, of course, talking about that with all the other stakeholders at national level. Reviewing and update the national templates for damage assessment. We also have these templates at national level, and they are quite old, so we have to renew them. renew the update the national procedures for securing cultural heritage at risk from the directive of the Ministry of Culture 2015, and of course make those storages that my colleague was talking about operational. I think I conclude, and so thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much. As you can see, the cross-fertilization also for us that we are working in this project in Italy was very important. So also learning from Proculter, learning from the other country, it is very important. So now, sorry for the accumulated delay. I will call Constance Domenech. She will be moderating the next section on best practice and lessons learned from UCPM member states. And the colleagues from Belgium, Estelle De Bruyne, Anna Milicic and Pia Sopta from Croatia, Adrian Bukalowski from Poland, Andrea Pop from Romania, and Immaculada Giulia Blanco from the Comunità Valenciana. The floor is yours, Constance.
Thank you, Tiziana. Good afternoon, everyone. So is everybody, yeah, Estelle, please. So thank you. So yes, I'm just going to moderate this session. So as Tiziana was saying earlier, the community that was built by Proculther-Net is very important. And here we have some members of this community, people who participated into the trainings, into exercises, they participated to technical bulletins, and they are here today to give us some feedback on their lessons learned experience from different projects and disaster situations that they have faced directly. So we're going to start today with Estelle, who is from Kikirpa, so our host for the day. She's the head of the sustainability unit here at Kikirpa, and so she's going to tell us a bit more what has been done in Belgium after the floods of 2021. Please, Estelle.
Thank you, Constance. Okay, it works. Hi. In 2021, we had major floods which happened in Belgium, which caused fatalities, 41, but also caused the damaged heritage sites. More than 250 cultural heritage sites were affected by the flood. You can see here on the picture the importance of the floods, which were located mostly in the French-speaking community of Belgium, near cities such as Liège, Namur, Eupen. And the big problem was that no one was in charge for heritage when this happened. At the national level, we have of course, emergency mechanisms, but they are not active at the same level as cultural heritage. So my director, during her introductory speech, she explained you that you need 7 ministries to have the fully complete field of cultural heritage to be represented, and it's mostly at regional and community level. And you see on the screen that the crisis management in Belgium is mostly working at other levels, so mostly municipal, provincial and federal phase. And on the other hand, we had no coordination mechanism to be able, within the heritage sector, to really face the crisis. This was the situation, so some institutions were very severely affected by the floods, by the mud. This is the city of archives, the archives of the city of Liège. Churches, a lot of churches, also the depot, the storage of the archaeological Walloon Center, which was flooded twice. This is also the situation that we had within storage of museums. This was the storage of the museum of the city of Verviers. And within this storage, we also had intangible objects. The Bethlehem of Verviers, which is a puppet theater that was hit by the flood. The first challenge was really to organize the coordination, to organize the response for the field. So that's why Kikirpa decided, and without a mandate, we decided to organize a crisis committee with more than 15 association to be able to represent the whole sector, the whole heritage sector. So you can see the logo of all the associations that were part of the crisis committee, which missions were to evaluate and monitor the situation, to also streamline the communication. What do we communicate to the media, to the general public, but also to the members and to the field? We organize also fundraising activities, the on-site intervention, I will come back to that later, and the volunteer management. This was done mostly by the Belgian Blue Shield. A very big challenge was, and I think it's the same in every crisis situation, was to get an overview of the situation. But it was particularly difficult because we were first during a holiday period, during the month of July. It was still the COVID pandemic at that time. And then we had no access, the roads were closed, the trains were not working, and the people from the field, the professional colleagues, they were also affected by the floods themselves. So the contact was very difficult. What we did, the big work of this crisis committee was really to make an inventory of all the sites that were affected, understanding what are the needs, what were the needs, which kind of materials they needed. Oh, sorry, you cannot see correctly. So we started an Excel file where we put all the data that we got. And in fact, with the crisis committee, we managed to really streamline all the information that we got from the field. We also managed to create an online tool, an evaluation tool for the damage assessment. This was done with the help of ICROM. The on-site intervention was also very challenging. Those are the conditions in which volunteers, professionals had to work in. So a lot of mud, you have seen this picture already, but also this is in fact the inside of the storage from which you see the entrance. You see you have no electricity, so they were working with batteries. Those are Kikirpa's colleagues. You also have to deal with all the emotions when you are in such a situation. You're a heritage professional and you see a lot of heritage which is destroyed. So it's really difficult and you have to work in that condition for weeks, months, sometimes years. And sometimes you do what you can with what you have. So in churches, we reuse some tables, some racks that we found in the churches to implement the tables for letting objects dry on them. We also had to evacuate some collections from churches which were left open so that the building could dry. But if you leave open a building with artworks in them, you can be sure that those artworks will also disappear, so we need to secure them too. The whole response took more than 6 months, but then we also got funding from the federal states for the recovery actions. And this was done through the crisis project, Cultural Heritage in Crisis project. We got 1 million to really investigate which kind of treatment protocol were needed, what could be done to restore the artworks that have been affected by the mud, which kind of mud chemicals were present also. Within our unit, we also did the post-crisis analysis to really have a look on how the sector responded and how could we improve the sector response for the next crisis. And of course, intangible heritage. The Proculter for All will really focus on the community level, so I wanted to highlight very quickly this project, which is coordinated by my colleague Laure Maric here. So the Bethlehem is this puppet theater, which was affected by the flood. And in fact, there is a community who is activating this theater puppet every year at Christmas time. But this theater is in restoration and will stay in restoration until 2030. So we organize training, activities, workshops with kids, but also with the local community, singing and so on, so that this heritage could stay alive even during the conservation. The RETEC, so the post-crisis analysis, helped us to define 5 key actions that should be implemented in Belgium to improve the response, the protection of cultural heritage in times of crisis. Collaboration, I think we all know why. It is important to collaborate within the cultural sector, but also with the civil protection and with the emergency authorities. Training and exercise, I will come back to that later. Also the mapping, the inventory of important cultural heritage, inventory of emergency shelters in Belgium, emergency material and funding, and then tools and monitoring. We create tools, we create new methodologies, but we also implement those that are developed at European or international levels, such as the Proculther methodology. I cannot go into much details, but I will just highlight some key actions that we have implemented in collaboration with the civil protection and emergency authorities. In 1943 already, the ancestor of Kikirpa, or first director, Paul Cormans, who you can see, it's not working, he's just there on the picture. In collaboration with the ancestor of the civil protection, did the inventory of heritage during the war. So they took a car, a bus, and they drive through the whole Belgium to take picture of heritage before its destruction. And in 1953, we did an inventory of the priority heritage in Belgium, throughout Belgium. And this heritage is classified in 3 categories in terms of importance, category A, B, C. And we also did a hands-on guide for the protection of cultural assets. Those 2 publications were made in collaboration with the Civil Protection, the Ministry of Interior. This led to the construction of shelters, emergency shelters, in the case that we would have an atomic war. This is one of the shelters that has been built to be able to protect heritage in the case of a war. And then, after the peace, nothing really happens. This knowledge, the expertise, the training, everything kind of stayed still. But we had a crisis, we had the 2021 crisis, and we also had the creation of the Sustainability Unit, which really focused on crisis management, energy efficiency, societal utility, and preventive conservation. So since then, with my team, we are really putting into action the strategy that I presented just now. In 2022, we co-organized an exercise with the Gouverneur du Brabant Wallon. It was the first exercise within a cultural institution for the fire brigade and the police. In 2023, we co-organized a training with the National Crisis Center, a 3-day training with an exercise also in the museum just here in the park. And we also developed a methodology which define how we should act in a crisis at the federal level. So it's really for the federal scientific institution and the federal museums. Since 2023 until today, in fact, we are following trainings such as Proculther, the READY also initiative. We are a partner, a technical partner of this ICROM initiative. And earlier this month, we organized a training and a small exercise with the Belgian Civil Protection on the manipulation and evacuation of artworks. And we kind of used the templates from Proculther that we translated in a Kikirpa style, if I may say so. It was also in collaboration with Blue Shield Belgium. We just launched a new project to which Proculther is also a partner, SafeCH. It's also coordinated by Laure Maric. It's about emergency storage and really define a methodology to identify and put in place an emergency storage. Finally, What will we do in the coming months? We will further work with the Belgian Civil Protection. We are trying to put in place a container with emergency material. Some exercises are also coming at tabletop at Kikirpa, but also a simulation exercise. And finally, we are also part of the team who is organizing the European exercise, the MOT TTX, which will happen in Brussels in June, where cultural heritage, the French module, will be tested. Today I got to talk in front of you, but of course I'm not alone. I'm with a fantastic team of 3 women, which are very powerful, and I'm very proud of them. So Laure Maric, Marjolaine Bellos, who also co-organized and co-hosted this event. You have seen them running a bit around the whole day, and Annelise Cozard, who is not there today, but it's also thanks to them that all those projects can really happen. Thank you to you and to the colleagues.
Thank you very much, Estelle, for showing us how the crisis from 2021 was really a wake-up call and how you managed to harness all those new initiatives and to carry them on. Thank you. So now we are moving to Croatia with 2 colleagues. So we have Ana Milicic, who is the head of the Regional Civil Protection Office in Dubrovnik, and her colleague, Pia Sopta, who is the senior advisor at the Directorate for International Cultural Cooperation and European Affairs. And so they are going to tell us about all the new initiatives that have been carried out in the past few years to really start on the ground the cooperation between civil protection and cultural heritage professionals in the area of Dubrovnik.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. So my name is Pia Sopta. I work at the Ministry of Culture and Media of Croatia, and I will hold the first part of our joint presentation on a little project that we did nationally, which was called CP for Heritage, or Operational Forces of Civil Protection for the Protection of Culture Heritage, that was largely inspired by Proculther and what Proculther does. So let me dive headfirst into what we did in this year. So from January 2024 until February 25, this was the first kind of formally structured cooperation project between the National Civil Protection Services and Culture Heritage Services, a project led by the Civil Protection Directorate, but with the Ministry of Culture and Media as associated partner. And it was co-funded by the UCPM, so by DG ECHO, and its main objective was to really improve existing competences and create this national body of experts that could work together when a disaster strikes. So our 2 main kind of outcomes of the project were supposed to be the guidelines for standard operating procedure, and then the development of a capacity building activities that would kind of last between 2025 and 2027. And the project foresaw 5 kind of main activities. 2 of them were to Italy, of which I will talk a bit about in my next slide, and to France, where we were very generously hosted by the Centre de Recherche et Restauration des Musées de France. And then we had the week-long training, so that was really inspired by Proculther, mainly because a lot of our collaborators on the project and people really actively involved were, participants of Proculther trainings and of ICRAM's Prevent project as well. Then we had a tailor-made training for selected professionals that participated in the week-long training that I just talked about. So this tailor-made training was organized by ICRAM. And then we had a final conference, one not very unlike this one today, that marked kind of the end of the project. So yeah, what were, I talked a bit about the outcomes, but what were like really outcomes of the project. So as foreseen, we wanted to kind of create incite a systemic collaboration between two sectors. So to really establish and improve communication, really strengthen that national network. We, of course, wanted to raise awareness on how important it is to strengthen response to disasters and on disaster risk management in general. We wanted to build a network of professionally trained personnel, have, of course, transferable and scalable results, and really provide groundwork for further initiatives. But I want to be honest with you, and I want to really kind of go through a list of what was really done. So yes, we started to build a network of professionally trained experts, and we are, I think, proud to say that many cultural heritage and civil protection participants did pursue further education, further training. One of our colleagues did the last 2 Proculther trainings. So it was really something that kind of sparked a certain enthusiasm in our colleagues. So that's great. And most of these initiatives kind of happened at local and international level. Did we have transferable and scalable results? Yes, also primarily at local level. This is something that Anna will talk about in her presentation in more detail. Yes, the project, of course, provided groundwork for further communication, policy development, and follow-up activities, but we do have to admit that currently communication and initiative from both ends and further developments are kind of on hiatus, something that Mr. Marté was talking about this morning. Like, the project ended, and now what? So we're really kind of now in the now what part of the step of the whole kind of timeline that we foresaw, but there is still room for improvement, and hope is still on the horizon. We still very much see that there is kind of a will to really expand and to really strengthen our communication and our cooperation. So in the next few months, we really plan to kind of restart the momentum and really work together on many aspects that we kind of outlined in our action plan. And let me just briefly, before I leave the floor to Anna, let me just briefly go over the current state of play as regards the Ministry of Culture and Media and the topic of risk management for cultural heritage. So in 2021, we established the sector for risk management for cultural heritage. Of course, this was one of the consequences or one of the results, better put, of the 2020 earthquakes that hit central Croatia, 9 Croatian counties in 2020. And then in 2025, this sector for risk management turned into an independent sector, so completely standalone, but within the ministry still. In December of 24, we adopted a new act on protection and preservation of cultural property, which further defines risk management, how to act under exceptional circumstances, etc., etc. And we are now in the process of drafting the regulation of actions aiming at protecting cultural heritage under exceptional circumstances. And there we also have a list of actions that we want to pursue in the next period. And then the risk management for cultural heritage is also included in the strategic documents of the Ministry of Culture and Media. And I will just point out to conclude my presentation that we are thinking about how to establish contemporary storage facilities, storage spaces in the next period. Of course, this takes a lot of financial engagement and a lot of human capacities. But this is something that, as with all of you, has proven to be a necessity, and we hope to kind of find a solution to that question or an answer to that question and see where it takes us. To conclude my presentation, I really want to thank our colleagues from Proculther, who have really been wonderful hosts when we were here not here in Rome, at the Civil Protection Directorate during our study trip to Italy, and for all of their amazing kind of generosity that they showed us, and the relationships we have maintained for a number of years now. Thank you.
Thanks to Proculther-Net team for being here. I'm really, really honored. You ruined my life because 2 years ago, none of this was even in the back of my head. And now I'm into cultural heritage with all my life. Well, I would like you to understand what's going on in this part of Croatia. First, I have to tell you just a little bit how it's organized. So Croatia is divided in 20 counties. I come from Dubrovnik and Neretva, the southern county. And in our county, there are 22 municipalities, 5 cities, 17 smaller municipalities. Each of them have their risk assessment. They have to build their civil protection system. They are responsible for their civil protection system, for reaction, for operational forces, for everything. If there are more than 500 municipalities in a small country like Croatia, you can imagine how organized they are. They are usually not. Maybe some larger cities, otherwise it's just, trying to do paperwork. And I come from the Civil Protection Directorate, that is part of the Ministry of the Interior, from the branch office that's responsible for this county. That means no finances, no projects, no operational forces, just, conducting, guiding, advising municipalities. What is best for them to do? They listen or they don't. If they don't, we send inspection. And then they have excuses. But that's the introduction. I think I spent half of my time for introducing. So the project ended. I accidentally ended up as a part of the project team. I won't bother you with that story. But after the project, as Pia said, the people met from both sectors. We found common ground. We were very highly, at least some of them, highly motivated, and we had that spark. And what to do with the spark when you still have no formal procedures in the country and national institutions are formal and slow. Even if they will do something, it won't be soon. And we have the spark now. In a year or two, there will be no spark, and our motivation will go somewhere else. So, what to do, to wait or to start doing something? And through the project, I met some people from my county doing the conservator work, restoration work. We kind of met. What to do now? Let's work. Let's try to do something in our county, not to wait for standard operational procedures or laws or whatever. Let's see. So everyone was, okay, but what shall we do? I don't know, let's do something. And as I told you, I work with municipalities, and they are obliged to have at least one civil protection exercise per year. And I told them, who wants to make an exercise with cultural heritage? You don't have to do anything. I'll do everything for you. You just say yes. And one of them said, okay, I'll do it. And that's the municipality of Ston. And one of their cultural heritage building was that church that they said that we can do something with it. So what have we done? I said, okay, it won't be just an exercise, it will be a 3-day event, 2 days workshop and 1 day exercise, because that's how colleagues from Ministry of Culture and we talked how to do it the best way to just introduce what we did on the project level, let's do it on the local level. And as I said, it didn't need any special funding, no project, no nothing, just what they would regularly do. Everything was, municipality of Ston needed to have an exercise. They would use some money for something, for a lunch at least, so they just have to put that money into this event. So we gathered police officers, mountain rescue service, local fire brigades, restoration department, conservation offices, municipality officials, and mayor, of course, was also involved. So we had 2 days of just introducing sectors between themselves. And the 3rd day we had someone, the colleague from Belgium, I think, that said that we are dealing with risks and disasters and crises and no fun. I wouldn't say so. Prevention is a lot of fun if you put it like that. So we had quite a lot of fun with this exercise because especially these firemen, they got that spark from us. And they were so happy doing something different. And we did, I saw that spark when we were talking about cultural heritage, it's our identity. When you put that spark, that's your identity that you are defending, they were all enthusiastic about it. And it was great experience. We also tested what's most important. We're testing not just cooperation, but also trying to improvise procedure. We don't have official procedure, but let's make a scenario, realistic scenario, and see who would call who. What would happen now that we introduced ourselves for 2 days. And it was really great, but also we identified who is also missing in that procedure and what should be improved. So a month later, everything I'll say is within 1 year. That was April, this is May. We got together again. It's called Mainstay because the stay is the name of the building. It's where the restorators are placed. And there are some other institutions also involved, and we discussed about procedures, what are the what's the command structure, what's the police procedure, fireman procedure, who is in charge, in which situation, and so. So the next thing was another municipality that was also interested, but let's say a little bit smaller and less active. And I also say, okay, no problem, we'll do everything for you. And there were, I think, 8 churches in their risk assessment numbered as cultural goods. Priests, conservators, and we went through those churches, make brief risk assessment, and on the tabletop exercise discussed priorities, who is in charge, and blah, blah, blah. Very, very interesting. Then the real deal came. So there was a real fire in church, the third municipality very nearby. And it showed real gaps. What happened, because people came after the police left, before conservators came, and they, they couldn't do more damage, but it could have happened. I don't want to go to details. Who is interested, we can talk later. But what came after that, everything what happened, those two exercises and this real deal happened on the territorial one police station. And the chief of that police station, along with conservators and me and restorators, we sat together and made this document, who is calling who, in case cultural heritage is endangered. So police won't leave the site before conservators come. We expanded to the island of Korčula, had similar thing, introduced new people into this workshop, went to the, museum and study visit to the Abbey Treasury. We saw all the risks that are there. I don't want to go to details, but it's very, very risky. And we found out that it's not cultural heritage we would deal there, but saving lives, because it's terrible. So that led to a lecture at the annual Priests' Assembly. Don't ask me how I managed that. But it was very important because they are responsible for most of our cultural heritage, and evidently there are the fire protection measures in churches and monasteries and treasuries are terrible. And the last event, we had a workshop, also 2 days workshop for museums and other cultural institutions of city of Dubrovnik. There's one slide I put later missing to show you our county and our future activities that are broadening. So with these municipalities, we'll go through all the coast and cover practically all of the county with activities, and we'll do it further because we connected, we share common ground, and we found a way how not to spend any special money. and people, it's on really bottom. And the goal is that every fireman, not specialized forces, but every fireman knows what cultural heritage on their territory is.
Thank you very much, Pia and Anna. I think you mentioned something very important, the idea of a spark that has to be fueled, and how do we keep on going when the project is over and when the people change. This is very, very challenging. So now I'm welcoming Adrian Bukalowski, the Deputy Director of the International Cooperation Department at the State Fire Service Headquarters of Poland, and it will be one of the new partners in Proculther for All. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. And first of all, I wish to express my thankfulness to whole Proculther community. We have already benefited from many of your activities, and it's our pleasure also to join the consortium for the next phase of Proculther project. We, the State Fire Service, we are a governmental agency directly employing 30,000 professional firefighters and managing actually few 100,000 volunteers. So we are, let's say, the main executive agency when it comes to the civil protection and civil defense activities, and we are having our own scientific research, technical prevention and education capacity, and we are usually the right hands of any governance at any level to manage different crises. Plus, we are entrusted with the coordination role for the involvement of the whole Polish civil protection sector in international domain. And today I will try to give you outlook on something broad. On our new approach towards the civil protection and civil defense policy that we are implementing since the beginning of last year, that also encompasses the issue of the cultural heritage protection. So we are having a new act. We are having a new act that we were developing for more than 30 years. And of course, unfortunately, we required the geopolitical tensions to actually really turn our wishes into practice. Poland has a very long history of preparation for wars. We have been struggled by wars throughout a very different histories, and actually the current situation just east to the European Union border is something that really buffers us and led us to the development of the new policy. On the picture, I decided to put you two photos from the very past. First of all, these are the people, so-called civil defense formations. So in the communist times, during the Iron War, in almost every enterprise, of course, these were solely public enterprises. There was a personnel that was, dedicated to conducting civil defense activities in case war spreads out in Poland. And another issue which I extremely like, it's one of schools that were built in the 60s for the let's say the millennium, so the 1,000 years of existence of Poland. There was a campaign to build 1,000 schools in Poland, and as you can see, they look a little bit normal, but at the same time strange, because all of them might be changed into hospitals. So I was actually, a pupil in one of such schools, and I was always wondering why do we have water taps in the classrooms? And that was because those classrooms were to be changed into surgery rooms. Also, the gym for the physical activities would serve as a CBRN, the contamination corridor in such case. So that was the aim. But of course, with the fall of the Iron Curtain, our preparedness for war really stopped. We focus on natural disasters, and yes, we are extremely prone to natural disasters, including floods first and foremost, and that's why all our activities that we are currently undertaking are dual use. So we can, they are both because of the possible threat of war, hybrid issues, but also we are doing investments that might be useful in response to natural disasters. Our purpose of the new act is, first of all, to define tasks for civil protection and civil defense. And also, although there were a lot of tasks and capacities defined for the, let's say, peacetime for civil protection, we did not really have a law that regulates the functioning of different entities during wartime. Also, according to the so-called Geneva Conventions, or more exactly, the additional protocol number 1 to the Geneva Convention on the protection of victims of armed conflicts. So, yeah, we defined tasks, we defined authorities, and we outlined principles for planning, financing, and implementing protection measures, because we also wanted to have a financing plan, financing fund that will go beyond, let's say, normal spending for rescue activities, for protection activities, but will be about preparing for complex emergencies. Civil protection, the definition is here. It might be easily turned into civil defense, so implementation of these tasks during wartime or when martial law is introduced. What was our thinking beyond the new framework? First of all, we wanted to really integrate local, regional, and national bodies, so the tasks are defined for all levels of administration. Second thing, which was extremely fragile in Poland, was to secure balance between government and self-government. Both centralized government as well as self-government have different responsibilities, and they also require financing, and finding this balance was one of the things that we wanted. Third, it's the establishing of the government civil protection team, so advisory body that comprises very different ministers, including also Minister of Culture, for a strategic oversight of our activities. Some main modules of our new framework. First of all, it's a planning, and it's about evacuation plan. So we are preparing a regional and national evacuation plan for the population. We are preparing plans for cultural heritage protection, but I will tell more about it in a dedicated slide. And third, we are developing a central repositories of civil protection resources. So we want to see everything, every in-kind assistance that could be used for civil protection purposes, as well as any person that could help in implementing these tasks. Extremely important area of our cooperation is also the training, exercises, and education. So we have already started high-level courses for authorities, and all the ministers, all the central level authorities need to go through high civil protection courses. The same goes for personnel of different authorities at very different administrational levels. We are also implementing exercises at all levels, influencing education in and outside of schools, as well as we have just recently developed a safety handbook that we have distributed to all households in Poland. Now we are preparing a similar handbook for enterprises in Poland. Another domain is the issue of detection, public warning, and communication. So first of all, we of course have early warning and alerting systems both for authorities as well as population, but we want to make them more coherent and redundant. So that's what we want to create within a single system. Another issue is secure system of communication. So we are of course prone to cybercrime. We are prone, to disinformation. So we want to really have a state-of-art communication platforms for stakeholders mitigating the crises that appear, and the central repositories of civil protection resources, which I have already informed you about. Of course, the totally abandoned policy so far is the issue of shelters. But now we are having a new law, new requirements for structures of various resistance level. We are providing financing for construction and maintenance, and we also have a central repository of protective structures, and we have currently concluded inspection of more than 5,000 objects that might be turned into shelters in case of war. Of course, in case of war, we also need to really increase human resources for civil defense tasks. So we will surely benefit from professional firefighters, but also from personnel of civil protection, civil defense authorities. We will also take advantage of retired personnel of uniformed services, not only civil protection related, as well as volunteers, but it's also like another domain of a very difficult discussions with the Ministry of Defense, because some of the people will need to be conscribed for the army during the war scenario, but of course we also want quite many people to stay for the civil protection purposes, and finding this balance is something that we do require. Financing, investment plan, so we put in the act that the financing should go no less than 0.3% of GDP in Poland. It's on top of normal rescue activity spending, so it's an additional budget for preparation, for complex crises. Half of this budget actually comes from the defense budget. So that's what we managed to achieve. Although now, of course, the Ministry of Defense has also some impact on how the money will be spent. We are having a multi-annual work program. The first one was prepared for 2 years. The next one will be prepared for 5 years, but they are updated every 2 years. And now let's go to the area of the cultural heritage protection. So what are the new requirements? Of course, it's not the first activity of this kind that we are currently doing, but it's the first time that it was put under the dedicated Civil Protection Act. So first of all, at a strategic level, the Minister of Culture, together with the Minister of Defense and Minister of Interior, prepares a national wartime protection plan for cultural heritage. And the plan is to identify most valuable cultural assets and decide how they should be protected, relocated, so to not really mix them in the one place, just in case of air raids or attacks of the enemy, and also how to evacuate them, and it also includes evacuation abroad in some of the cases. It also covers such issues as logistics, resources, coordination mechanism, communication, and identifying and cooperation between different institutions and experts. The plan should be ready by the end of this year. At the operational level, the designated institutions such as museum, archives, libraries are required to develop their own protection plans. This includes risk assessments, prioritization of collections, allocation of personnel and resources, detailed procedures for documentation, communication, emergency response. A key element is the division of all cultural assets into 3 groups. The first group, so the assets that needs to be evacuated immediately. The second, which could be evacuated subsequently. And the third is the group of assets that needs to be protected in situ. So we are trying to really find a balance and the most feasible way between, let's say, taking into account the value of assets and the feasibility of their possible relocation and securing. The system also places a really strong emphasis on preparedness, so pre-identified evacuation routes, safe locations, stockpiling of materials, clear command structures, analysis of risks, and of course, some of the information, just like locations and transport plans, will be classified. Last but not least, many of you I have already met, and I have already met you in Kraków last year during the Polish presidency in the EU Council, when we really wanted to show you our cooperations with the institutions involved in the working in the cultural domain. So there was a joint forum of, let's say, Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Interior, and corresponding authorities, Safe Cultural Heritage, European Challenges in Times of War and Crisis. We, of course, just like it was mentioned in many of your presentations, identified cultural heritage as a critical asset for protection of our identity. We were talking about disasters, but also armed conflicts, as well as such issues as information war or illicit trade that also needs to be understood by the civil protection sector. Just how, for example, we learned about human trafficking during the influx of the refugees to Poland. So these are like a new domains that we need to really understand also as a civil protection. It was about everything from risk assessment to practical evacuations. So we took participants to Wawel Castle to show how our firefighters from Kraków, from the Warrant Officers School in Kraków, and firefighters in the field are really packing and evacuating, cultural assets from the Wawel Castle, and of course, importance of international lessons learned, including the lessons learned from the war in Ukraine, were mentioned. So, thank you very much. Looking forward to cooperate with you. Most of our cooperation within the Proculter project will be done by our colleagues from the Warrant Officers Schools in Kraków, that specializes in cultural heritage protection, but also me and the whole national headquarters will also be supporting those activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adrian. I think it really illustrates the whole of society, whole of government approach with how to deal with multi-risk crisis. And I was in Krakow last year, and it was really amazing to see the demonstrations of the evacuation of cultural heritage in the Wawel Castle. So now we are moving to Romania with Andreea Pop, who is an architect at the National Institute of Heritage of Romania. And she's also going to tell us what is being put in place in Romania following the Proculter.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Despite my colleagues from Croatia, you didn't ruin my life, I ruined myself. Colleagues and friends of mine, when they heard that I deal with disasters, how come you're a disaster yourself, so you just cannot manage. When Tiziana asked me in Bursa, invited me to have this presentation, of course I was honored, but the second thought was, oops, what should I talk about, because we are far, far away. Right now, listening to you, we are not quite far away, but we are on a good way. Looking all these activities that I had, all the time looking in front of us, you don't realize how much you have done, or at least you started like a wheeled mechanism, tooth-wheeled mechanism, rusty, and right now we are accelerating very much with all the activities, and you are partners. Coming back from the second Proculter in Volterra, I think it was the second. The first thing is we have to translate the methodology. So we translated, our colleagues from the civil protection did that. It isn't even right now finished because we keep going with other activities. Reading and translating, we say, wow, all the colleagues from all Europe, all these experiences, all these case studies, and then so on. So we just made, we attack all the fronts. we are culture, but the civil protection said it's necessary. And we work on legal framework, on trainings, on exercises, case studies, workshops, and institutional cooperation. This is just a short glimpse, some glimpses from our activities. So this is the cover. Is not ready yet. We didn't finish the templates, of course, because meanwhile you already changed. Already we try to do ours, and we focus on them through the exercise we have, and unfortunately on different state cases, case studies. We have a long history of a disaster in Romania. Right here we have, I presented just 3 pictures. The first one upstairs is the map of Romania, and in a case of an earthquake, this looks like what it will be done. I must tell you that we have 3 major earthquakes per century. The last one was in '77. And it looks like that in the bottom picture, and we expect to be the same the next one. It was a 7.2 scale, this earthquake. The secondary risk on this earthquake was that this opened the gates to another destroyers. This allowed it at that moment to the communists to think that they can open and destroy. So if you visited, or if you will visit the Bucharest, you'll see the wounded from a historical town to the totalitarianism architecture in this case. Of course, the other picture of the flood, and research a little about the history of disasters, because we have to learn from history, not only from heritage, but also from this mechanism. Of course, it was a flood, a river flood, or as you said, flash flood, I think is the term. But it is these disasters because of human mistakes. Ancient wooden bridges on that river, who had mechanisms to open, was rusty and not verified by the people and the locals, and the town looks like this. That was just a little intro for where we are. Of course, I'll start with the hardest part, the national strategy disaster of risk reduction. I must admit, we culture people entered through the civil protection door because they have the money. We have the will, we have the romance, we have everything else. We have the heritage, we have the national identity and all the good. We are not a niche. I apologize for all those who think we are not a niche. This is not a niche subject. It's about national identity, whatever. Universal identity, if we speak to about UNESCO sites. So our colleagues already heard and prepared during the pandemic and work on Desinventar. They addressed us some questions we didn't know to answer, and finally we decided we have to work together. So because they were preparing the national strategy for disaster risk reduction, we entered that door, and we learn from each other, and with this specific objective they identify, we find our own place, and we start to talk together, to use similar terms, to teach from each other, which was a great thing. So this is the strategic law by the Minister of Internal Affairs, and we have our own place there, cultural heritage. We have to do the action plans. We have to. You all know. You work in the field. You all know. And then with this document, we went to our minister and said we have to, because civil protection says so. So let's try to work and act together. Of course, we already are a team, like a team. We have only by training through your models, through this program, 8 experts in Romania, 4 in cultural heritage, and 4 in disaster risk management experts, and we thank you for that. Some of us met in the airport. We didn't know each other. This is all the time the case I talk about. Myself and Mihai, you already know, my colleague from Civil Protection. We met in the airport in Bucharest, leaving to Volterra and trying to to see what's going on. Of course, after this, not only, but after this, we hunted all kinds of trainings of iChrome in Japan, in whatever it could be. And one of our strategy, as institute and so on, was to cover as much all the types of specialists, to have archaeologists, to have a digital inventory, to have a historian, architects, we are two architects, and so on, as much as possible, conservators and so on. That was part of an unwritten lesson we learned, that if we stick together and cover as much as all types of heritage, it would be wonderful. After that, we started last year. This lasted for 3 years or something. And last year, we started some exercises. Also, my colleague that you already know from the second Proculther, Lucia, made an exercise in a UNESCO town in Romania. After that, I did myself this kind of ethnographical museum in Oaș. As our colleague said, the firefighters were excited to do something different, but they were afraid of heritage, I must admit. You see, our colleagues try to extinguish a fire, but watering the grass. And we ask, why don't you put on the house it is? And because it's heritage. Yes, but if it's burned, you just cannot do that. But they were very, very attention, and we respect that, because they noticed that we left the door open of the house after we put the elements there, and they didn't want to ruin just for the sake of an exercise, our fault. But the exercise was complete with all the steps we learned from you and from your methodology, and for other colleagues, with all the specialists, the police, the gendarme, the local police, and so on. Everyone has its role. We enjoyed a lot. We learned a lot. I must say the worst was the culture people, because at the end, at the debriefing, we arranged the triage. We tested the templates. We translated the templates meanwhile very quickly the night before, and we acted. We tested, and of course, as I said, the worst was the museum. Our colleague from it, how to prioritize. Everything is important, and even that was a challenge for us. And when they saw our colleagues from firefighters, that they said, "We'll help you. Just tell us how." They immediately started a cooperation. And firefighters coming with the big gloves that you have and said, "This is a small object. I cannot. Let me give you some gloves, but I have S at my hand." So it's terrible. From all this kind of, from joking and from all this kind of exercise, we learn a lot. How to achieve what you need, what we need, how to act and react, how is our inventory, and so on. And here are some images from this wonderful exercise. And the team. Even in the picture, you see uniform and the rest of the people. We couldn't mix to have a family group picture like more sophisticated. Unfortunately, there comes the case study. So the best lesson we had was from the case studies. And I present just two of them very shortly. A severe weather, strong wind. It was in Sinai, it's in the mountain. It was something that never happened like this in Romania. And it's in a very small area. The rest of the town didn't even know what happened, and of course in the area with the best monuments and the best culture possible, and it was very destroying with some elements, starting even from this. If you see in the picture in the left, in the highest tower, as the story tells, that metal element was broken, and it's one of the most difficult intervention there. Nothing else broken to this castle. It's a royal castle in Romania. Yes, very sorry. And the rest by images. Like the roof from the railway station moved on the other side of the road. So we learned from this a lot. Inventory, placing, acting, also not necessary to evacuate because it wasn't necessary, but for the immovable heritage, it was like this. The second one was a fire in a fire household. It's in a village museum, and because of a camera that registered everything, we discussed a lot about the dynamic of the fire in this place. From these three objects that you see there here, this one is the monument, the real monument. This one burned the last one because of the fence because the wind blows from the other side, and because of the fence it comes into the narrow. Of course, we have images until even the camera melted and has no ideas. All this we took into the workshops. You see here our colleagues, the firefighter and the manager from the Director of Culture on the same county, discussing on this method in our workshops that Civil Protection arranged for us. We keep saying, with the money of Civil Protection, with the lecture from Culture, we did a great thing, and we discussed all this case study, a lot of them last year, unfortunately, differently from wind and fire and floods and so on. Another, and maybe the last one, is an institutional cooperation. 2 years ago, we hosted the General Assembly of Blue Shield, Shielding the Past, and it was an amazing 3-day event with a 1-day training facilitated by Blue Shield, and at the same time we started to found the National Committee of Blue Shield, and now all the actions will become more and more valuable for even for ours. So this is what we work with, and we love heritage, and is very, very vulnerable. And to all our trainers and to all our partners, thank you, and thank you for involving Romania in your next projects and activities.
Thank you, Andrea. It really showed how the Proculter methodology and impulse can be translated into national activities and cooperation. So thank you very much. And the last presentation today will be by Inmaculada Shula Blanco, who's a conservator at the Valencian Institute of Conservation, Restoration and Investigation, and she's going to tell us about how the Institute dealt with the floods in Valencia in 2024. Please.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the kind invitation and the opportunity. And I work in the Valencian Institute of Conservation, Restoration and Research. So my English is still limited, and I will be using an audio recording in the PowerPoint presentation to support my explanation of our experience during the disaster situation in Valencia.
In the Valencian community, the management of cultural heritage by the public administration is structured according to typology, distinguishing between immovable and movable heritage. This distribution of responsibilities is applied consistently both in normal circumstances and in emergency situations. The Valencian Institute for Conservation, Restoration and Research, which depends on the Valencian regional government, is the body responsible for the conservation, restoration and safeguarding of movable cultural heritage. In emergency contexts, this distribution of competences is maintained, ensuring that each heritage typology is addressed by the appropriate technical bodies, thus guaranteeing specialized, coordinated and effective interventions. The experience presented here is based on the institutional response developed after the catastrophic flooding that affected the province of Valencia on October 29, 2024, caused by a DANA, isolated depression at high levels, an extreme meteorological phenomenon characterized by very intense rainfall over short periods of time. The aim of this presentation is not only to show results, but to explain how the emergency was addressed, which technical decisions were taken, which difficulties and errors were identified, and which solutions proved effective, so that this experience may serve as a reference and learning tool in other European contexts. The province of Valencia is located on the western Mediterranean facade of Europe, within a densely populated territory strategically integrated into the Mediterranean corridor. Its geographical configuration, characterized by torrential catchments and numerous ravines, makes it particularly vulnerable to extreme hydrometeorological events, whose frequency and intensity have increased as a result of climate change. Progressive urban expansion and construction within ravine basins and historically flood-prone areas have significantly increased the exposure of the population, infrastructure, and cultural assets to risk, reducing the natural drainage capacity of the territory and amplifying the effects of flooding. To the south of the city of Valencia lies a large flood-prone area affecting numerous interconnected municipalities, with high population density and strong urban continuity. The concentration of critical infrastructure, strategic facilities, and cultural heritage makes this territory a priority area for integrated flood risk management, from the perspectives of civil protection, spatial planning, and heritage safeguarding. On the 29th of October 2024, an episode of extreme rainfall caused the simultaneous overflow of several ravines within a few hours. The flooding affected 78 municipalities, mainly located to the south and west of the city of Valencia. Among the most severely affected were Aldeifar, Catarroja, Massanassa, Paiporta, Picania, Sedaví, Torrent, Quart de Poblet, Manises, Ziravella, and Ribaroja del Turia, among others. These are mostly municipalities that experienced recent growth during the second half of the 20th century, with high population, limited monumental heritage, but with a very significant volume of movable and documentary heritage. The 2024 flood should therefore be understood not as an unprecedented event, but as the amplification of a historically documented risk, aggravated by contemporary land use, urban development, and the obstruction of natural watercourses. The city of Valencia and its metropolitan area are located on a large alluvial plain formed by fluvial sediments and former wetlands, in close proximity to Lake Albufera, whose historical extent was far greater than it is today. This territory is crossed by numerous seasonal watercourses, ramblas and ravines, that flow from inland areas towards the Mediterranean. Their torrential behavior has historically generated recurrent flooding events. More than 5,700 documentary units were damaged, including books, architectural and urban planning drawings, parish registers, judicial records, and municipal documentation. These figures refer exclusively to publicly owned and ecclesiastical assets, as the regional administration has no competence to intervene in private collections. Losses suffered by artists' studios, private libraries, and domestic heritage could therefore not be formally quantified, although it is reasonable to assume that the overall impact was considerably greater than the recorded figures. Archives proved to be the most vulnerable heritage category in the face of flooding. In many municipalities, documentary repositories were located in basements or semi-underground spaces, where prolonged exposure to water led to material saturation, structural collapse of shelving systems, accumulation of thick layers of mud, and rapid biological contamination. Although regulations prohibit such locations, archives often occupy marginal positions within institutional hierarchies, both in terms of spatial allocation and risk prevention. The degradation or loss of archival documentation has direct and immediate consequences for civil life. These documents are not merely historical sources, but legal instruments underpinning property rights, inheritance claims, civil status, and administrative continuity. The first days following the flood were marked by extreme operational conditions. Electricity supply, telecommunications, and internet access were disrupted across large areas, while access to the most affected municipalities was restricted for safety reasons. Emergency services focused on life-saving operations, the search for missing persons, and debris removal. The management of the Dana was a significant challenge for civil protection, with multiple levels of alert and emergency activated in response to the extreme weather conditions. Under these circumstances, and with many mobility restrictions in place, we began the identification of affected cultural assets, their assessment, in situ stabilization, disinfection, and transfer. In this context, the initial heritage response focused on disseminating basic recommendations for the handling of cultural assets, where communication was possible. Formal assessment and inspection work only began once minimum safety conditions had been guaranteed. These inspections were carried out by multidisciplinary teams composed of conservator restorers, archivists, librarians, and archaeologists, under the coordination of the regional cultural authorities. The unprecedented geographical extent of the disaster required a phased approach. The first operational task consisted of identifying and confirming the affected municipalities. Only once the full extent of the impact had been clearly defined was it possible to initiate systematic inspection and prioritization. Prior to the 2024 flood, the Institute had participated for more than a decade in research projects, training programs, and emergency simulations related to heritage emergencies, including collaborative work with academic institutions. However, these exercises had been carried out at the scale of individual municipalities and limited collections. The flood exposed the limitations of this preparation when faced with an event simultaneously affecting 78 municipalities and thousands of cultural assets. This situation has nevertheless allowed the accumulation of extensive experience in managing emergencies affecting movable cultural heritage, including floods, biological contamination episodes, and fires, addressed continuously over the last decade. Beyond hands-on intervention experience, prior training and planning proved decisive in the rapid organization of multidisciplinary teams, the identification of evacuation strategies, and the establishment of temporary storage and stabilization spaces, thereby optimizing the effectiveness of the response to the Dana 2024 catastrophe. Among the outcomes of this experience was the development and publication of a specific methodological guide for the management of cultural heritage emergencies, aimed at systematizing procedures and supporting decision-making in crisis contexts. This document made it possible to establish a shared operational methodology that proved fundamental during the disaster response, facilitating coordination, triage, and management of affected cultural assets. The guide constitutes a technical reference resource that can be transferred to other territorial contexts and reinforces the integration of cultural heritage safeguarding within security and emergency systems. Conditions encountered in archives, churches, and storage facilities were extremely severe. In many cases, water levels exceeded 1 meter, causing shelving to topple, compact storage systems to fail, and widespread dispersion of materials. Mud deposits hindered handling, while high humidity and condensation created optimal conditions for fungal growth. Emergency interventions prioritized stabilization over restoration, including mud removal, material separation, and initial disinfection. These operations were carried out under physically demanding conditions, with low temperatures, poor ventilation, and persistent microbial odors. Drying and stabilization strategies for materials. Given the volume of affected material, freezing was not a viable option. Low technology, resource-efficient methods were adopted, using industrial fans and absorbent materials. Improvised solutions, such as egg cartons to allow air circulation between documents, were employed, demonstrating the importance of adaptability. The main objective was the preservation of information rather than aesthetic recovery. Many documents retain stains and deformations, but their content has been stabilized, described where possible, and prepared for reintegration into archival systems. The strategy applied to other cultural assets, specifically those belonging to the Generalitat Valenciana, initially focused on the stabilization and evacuation of the works. Currently, the recovery process is being carried out according to the material needs and the degree of damage affecting each piece, taking into account that this is a contemporary art collection. The recovery process is estimated to take approximately 2 years, a timeframe similar to that expected for the restoration of the archives and ecclesiastical assets. Prolonged exposure to humidity created favorable conditions for the proliferation of spores, fungi, and other biological agents in documents, archives, churches, movable heritage and heritage spaces in general. This biological contamination posed a serious risk both to material conservation and to human health. Specialized fumigation was required to halt and eradicate fungal contamination, particularly in documentary collections, historical archives, libraries, altarpieces, furniture, textiles, and other sensitive materials. The presence of active spores accelerated biodeterioration processes, causing staining, structural weakening of supports, and irreversible loss of information. Restoration phase and prioritization criteria. The current phase focuses on the restoration of public and ecclesiastical collections. Prioritization criteria have considered artistic, historical, social, and symbolic value, particularly in relation to assets that contribute to the reconstruction of collective identity. The return of even modest objects has had a demonstrable positive impact, reinforcing the role of heritage as a stabilizing and restorative factor in post-disaster recovery contexts. Conclusions. The 2024 Valencia flood exceeded the parameters of heritage emergencies previously documented in the region. It has demonstrated the need for effective interinstitutional cooperation, realistic preparedness planning, intervention by qualified professionals. It has also confirmed that heritage emergencies extend beyond the initial crisis period, requiring sustained institutional commitment long after public attention has faded. The documented experience contributes to a growing body of evidence indicating that heritage risk management must be integrated into territorial, environmental, and social planning. Only in this way will it be possible to mitigate future disasters and safeguard heritage in the face of increasingly extreme climatic events. The limited integration of qualified specialists and technical experts into territorial plans, planning instruments, and, especially, into the actual decision-making and management processes during and after emergencies prevents the full use of these technical capabilities.
Thank you very much, Emma. Thank you for sharing this case study. It's very humbling to see the scale of the disaster and the scale of the response. And it was also very interesting to see that preparedness is crucial, but never enough, and how you used adaptability and creativity to find solution to manage with it. Thank you very much. I'm giving back the floor now to Tiziana.
Thank you, Constance. Thank you very much. Of course, you can find all these experience within the technical bulletin. That's why we also invited Constance to moderate this session, because she was in charge with us to coordinate the publication of the technical bulletin. So now I will leave the floor to our Romain Kimel from the Direction Générale de la Sécurité Civile et Gestion des Crises. He would await the next session. Yes, thank you to our panelists. Sorry. Thank you very much. We are very late, so completely forgot all the protocol. So now, okay. Unfortunately, Aparna Tandon is not able to join us. She was here in Brussels, but unfortunately she had an accident. So we wish her all the best, a prompt recovery. And there will be Julian Bani replacing her. But I will leave the floor to Romain. He will say some more words to introduce the other participants.
Thank you very much, Tiziana. I will be very strict. I will follow the order of Tiziana, so I will be very strict with the time. So I will ask to come, I will invite Marco Medici And then Jui Ambani will be online. And also we'll have Peter Billing, if you may. And Damien Eheli. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. So we will start with Marco Medici. Thank you for joining us. Just 2 or 3 words. Marco Medici, as far as I know, is a distinguished professor at the Department of Architecture at the University of Ferrara. I was told one of the best, maybe the best, I don't know.
Not really.
And he has more than 20 years of experience in research, and especially on 3D modeling and immersive technology for the enhancement of cultural heritage. And in 2020, he also co-founded a startup, Inception, coordinating European project on digitalization and data space for cultural heritage. And that's all. My time is limited. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. It's not really true. I mean, I'm not the best one, so really, too kind. So just a few words on this project. 3D4CH. Today I would like to present this project that I'm coordinating currently, and it is intended to deploy an online competence center in 3D for cultural heritage. The project indeed was funded, started last year in 2025, in February, was funded actually the year before under the Digital Euro program, and it is supervised by the DG Connect. In particular. The project, let's say that it is under the umbrella of all the projects that are related to the Common European Data Space for Cultural Heritage. And for that reason, is not really one of the sister projects of the data space, but it wants to support it. How it will support it. So we are going to build on existing networks. So if you know about the initiatives of the data spaces across Europe, the Common European Data Space for Cultural Heritage was launched thanks by the former Commissioner Thierry Breton, that in 2021 signed some recommendation for the digitization of cultural heritage, in particular saying that all cultural heritage at risk need to be digitized in 3D by 2030. Of course, we do know that the definition of heritage at risk is quite wide. So, what does it mean to digitize in 3D all heritage at risk is kind of a challenge, as well as the 50% of the most visited monuments and sites. So we are still behind the numbers that we have as an objective for the 2030, but at the same time, what we do need to do is to build an infrastructure, is to build skills, and to train people. So in particular for training people and for training professionals, 3D4CH want to follow up on this specific topic. By design, 3D4CH was not only intended to have Europe at large as an audience, but it has also a specific focus on Ukraine, and we are going to see that we are building up on the some initiative, Save Ukrainian Monuments, that was launched in the predecessor project for CH. In that initiatives, basically we offer support to Ukrainian institutions to send to us in safe storage location their digital data in order not to lose what has been already created as digital copies of cultural heritage in Ukraine in the past years. Three main key pillars for this project. So training and capacity building for sure, the deployment of the most advanced 3D technologies, and the creation of an online platform that could act as a repository for resources and training courses. So in the end, the Online Competence Center, we will offer indeed also, let's say, support to cultural heritage institution and want to facilitate the collaboration. How to do that? Through a kind of wide consortium, 22 partners, plus a lot of associated partners. We have among those also the Italian Department of Civil Protection, of course. And not only the partners are important for us, but also the stakeholder panel and advisory boards, two different bodies that we created from one side in order to have cultural heritage institution represented directly, and also having the lead of most important scientists in the sector. Training and capacity building, what we did so far. So basically, when we started last year, we launched through two different surveys, one on existing training courses, materials, and curriculum, and another one on target groups. What we discovered from here, we discovered that the topic of the data capturing itself in 3D is already covered, as well as the data processing, even if with some downsides, let's say, but there are other topics like access and licenses, use of AI on cultural heritage data, 3D data preservation and archiving that still fall behind. In particular, let's say that on the use of AI on cultural heritage, we started the conversation just 2 days ago on Monday, in which we launched together with the DG Connect a series of webinars on AI under the Apply AI strategy in order to understand how to bring AI closer to the cultural heritage sector. I was saying that we discovered some inconsistencies in the results. Indeed, we had some surprises. Let's say that the 84.5% of respondents to our surveys reported that they are covering both immovable and movable heritage in their training. That sounds kind of strange because on my experience, it's totally different to digitize in 3D a building rather than an object into a museum. You are going to face different challenges. It's totally different. So maybe we need to reassess what the institution across Europe claimed in order to have a clear picture for the next years. We already did also some events and workshops, also in our case, under the umbrella of the Polish presidency. We had a workshop during the Europeana conference in Poznan, so in Poland, for getting in contact with heritage professionals, as well as we did some events in Italy last September in understanding what a data space is, and having a more, let's say, policy-oriented roundtable involving the Agenzia Catalana for the Cultural Heritage and the Discovery Program in Ireland, that are, let's say, state-led initiatives in order to create the digitization in 3D of cultural heritage. Our last year of activities culminated in a more important workshop, winter school, that we had close by here, so just on the other side of this park, earlier in January, 3 days of workshop. The most important part is not that we focus on 3D, and we invited professionals in order to bring 3D closer to museums, but what we decided is to create a measurable learning. So everything was included in the training program, was assigned to a specific learning class into the Bloom's taxonomy, and it was matched against our still preliminary 3D4CH curriculum on digitization in 3D, and it was certified. So we released for all the participants open badges in order to certify their training. In the next future, so in the next 2 years, we are going to match them also against the micro credentials that are quite used in Europe. And this is important, I think, because if we are training people, we need to remember that we need to be sure that they learn something, and we need to be sure that they can bring their skills with them, even moving in their position and in their career. And if we are collaborating with people we never met before, we need to be sure that they have skills for doing those activities as well. So on the other main pillar, we are deploying the most advanced 3D technologies. These are the three main questions that I'm usually get asked. So how can I make use of the latest AI advancements in our sector? How should I manage the archival of 3D data? And how could I make the most out of our 3D digitizations? In order to do that, we are trying to create a kind of clear pipeline. We are working on putting together the digitization process with the metadata enrichment, with the publication online, in order to make those data that are created in a digital form safe and that can be preserved for the future. Blank slide. Okay, this was probably a video, but it doesn't matter. Let's keep it. So under this pillar, we are also supporting the publication online of 3D content from Ukraine. As you know, the Common European Data Space for Cultural Heritage will be based on Europeana at the current stage. So what we did in the past month, we took care of publishing online on Europeana a first batch of 3D models coming from Ukraine. Some of them were digitized just after the war. So if you go on Europeana and you search for Pixelated Realities, who was the NGO who performed the digitization, you will find a lot of 3D models also representing damage building by the war. Last but not least, we developed an online platform for training and capacity building. It was released recently, so at the beginning of February. This is brand new. You can find the address here, and this will act and this will grow in the next few years, and it will act as a central hub for knowledge-based training app, tools, library, events and courses, and news and updates. So what can do professionals when joining this platform? They can have access to guidelines, case studies, research and development outputs. Researchers can explore dataset advanced tools like AI, XR, and NERF and Gaussian splatting. If you know, there are some of latest advancement that from short videos and a kind of limited amount of pictures can easily recreate now the 3D shape of an object that is a totally complete different stuff from the traditional photogrammetry, and this in case of emergency can be really helpful. As well as we are creating here an app in which creative users and educators and students can interact and share their data. Just for concluding, since I think I get into the end of my time, and sorry for taking so long, this is the QR code if you want to join our newsletters and keep informed about this project. I think that there could be a lot of possible collaboration in the next few years, also because there is a lot of stuff on 3D that we need to teach to a wider sector and bringing them from the research to the professional sector. Thank you very much.
many things, Professor. Was great. I lied to you. It was not one of the best, but the best, and especially very good for the 3 pillars and this very good online competence centers and these 22 partners. Wonderful. Like it very much. Next, Jui Ambani from ICROM. She's a project officer, first aid and resilience for cultural heritage in times of crisis program. She will speak on Regit project. No, the program is not fallen. And thank you very much. Over to you online. Thank you.
Hello, hi there. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes. Perfect.
Okay, great, thank you. Yes, well, in all hybrid meetings, this is an absolute necessity to double check whether you can see my screen, whether you can hear me. So thank you so much for that introduction. I'd also like to say that I'm going to make this presentation jointly with a dear colleague, Mohana Chakraborty, who is also working with me on the project of Ready. And if it's okay, I'd like to share my screen. I saw that Tiziana already put the presentation, but I think it's going to be easier if we share our own screen here. So do confirm if you can see it as soon as it loads.
Jui, you have 15 minutes, okay?
Noted. We'll skip some videos.
I said nothing.
Okay, can you tell me what you see? Do you see do you see also the notes or do you see the full screen?
We see you. And the screen yes, better.
Do you see the notes or do you see the
No, the full screen. Go ahead.
Okay. So over to you, Mohana.
Thank you, Jui, and thanks to the organizing team for having us. So I'm Mohana, and I'm also working with the Ready project, and I'm also a project officer with the FAR program. So unfortunately, Aparna could not join us today, so we will be presenting on her behalf. And I think I want to start by, reminding all of us once again. We can go to the next slide, Jui. Before we jump into Ready and what it is, it's good for us to remember that we are living in an era of polycrisis. We are living in a time that is defined by interconnected and compounding risks where we are not dealing with disasters or climate change alone. We are dealing with climate impacts, we are dealing with disasters, and we are dealing with conflicts, all increasingly overlapping. And across the globe, hazards are becoming more frequent, more intense, more unpredictable. And the people that we work with or the heritage that we work with are often in fragile and often in conflict-affected settings. And despite strong institutional capacities, sometimes intensifying heat waves, severe flooding, or expanding wildfires are causing significant damage to cultural heritage, with economic losses from climate extremes reaching hundreds and hundreds of billions of euros in recent decades. So the risks are no longer singular, but they are more systemic. And at the same time, we must remember that conflicts, even if you think that they are not affecting us directly and conflicts are happening beyond Europe's borders, they are still indirectly or in some ways even directly affecting us through displacement, through illicit trafficking of cultural objects, disruption of our shared heritage systems. And it basically demonstrates that heritage is inherently transboundary, and the issues that we are facing around the world is affecting us directly or indirectly. So when we launched Ready, and we will talk more about it, we build Ready on the existing advanced tools, resources, methodologies, frameworks that Europe already possess. While I would say the gap that we felt and why we wanted to build on these projects, this initiative, is that some of these initiatives, some of these frameworks were often fragmented, and heritage is still, despite all our joint efforts, it's still kept away from policies, from management plans, from even climate adaptation plans. So in this context, Ready, which is resilience for heritage in face of disasters, climate risks, and complex emergencies, was conceived by ICROM's FAR program and supported by DG EAC with the financial support of Creative Europe program of the European Union. And it is a 38-month project that plays a critical role by building on existing capacities, also the incredible work that is being done by Proculther, and building a cohort of first aiders, of cultural first aiders and risk managers. And it promotes an integrated multi-hazard approach, which tries to strengthen preparedness and recovery capacities of heritage and fostering cross-sectoral exchange, positioning Europe not only to respond, but also to anticipate risk and to manage them effectively. Next slide, Joey. So READY directly responds to these challenges by aiming to enhance capacities for disaster risk management for cultural heritage, promoting anticipatory action to strengthen readiness before disaster happens. But it also seeks to improve interagency coordination, building on the work, again, done by Proculther, by bridging these gaps between the culture sector, between the disaster risk management sector, the climate sector, as well as the humanitarian sector, and to systematically integrate cultural heritage into these important national and international frameworks and policies within Europe and beyond. And it also supports the development of integrated strategies that connect climate and disaster risk management while ensuring a more coherent and a more forward-looking approach, a more anticipatory approach, because as you know, in UNDRR says, or as the international policies are saying, that prevention pays. And at the core of READY, we promote the application of place-specific traditional knowledge and promote and strengthen the people, the communities attached to our heritage, to empower the communities to act as the key actors in building resilience. And overall, our goal again is to build this cohort over the next 3 years, over the next 2.5 or 3 years, to build a strong cohort of culturalist managers and first aiders across Europe who will be equipped not only to safeguard heritage in a collaborative or multi-sector manner, but also to extend their expertise beyond Europe, contributing to global efforts in protecting cultural heritage before, during, and after crisis.
Thank you, Mohana. So as Mohana mentioned, it's a 38, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, I think.
Okay. So as Mohana mentioned, this is a 38-month initiative. However, we have now also a new track that has been added to our efforts. So I'll just get into it shortly. Over multiple tracks. So basically, this project started in October 2024. It is divided in 3 main tracks, where the track 1 is it completely focused on training this cohort of 20 to 25 cultural first aiders focused on movable and intangible heritage. The track 2, for which the call for applications is still open for another week, will now focus on immovable and intangible heritage. You will see, as Mohana mentioned, right, like having people-centered approaches, having traditional knowledge embedded in our actions is something which is at the core of READY, which is why intangible heritage is always enveloping the efforts for the movable and immovable. And we always try not to separate those two, as immovable heritage, let's say a museum will have the objects inside and you would have to work together in multiple discipline and cross-sectoral way. However, this enables us to give a focused training in order to make sure that the action can be taken both, before, during, and after disaster, so beyond response. The track 3 will then focus on taking a selected cohort from track 1 and 2, and then giving a training of trainers, which will enable further cascading capacity development effort. Importantly, recently we've had also a request that we specifically add a track or let's say an effort to enhance capacities for recovery of cultural heritage in Ukraine. This also came from the fact that in 2023, we trained the ICROM, with the support of European Commission, trained the first national team of cultural first aiders in Ukraine. And at this stage, as they move into the phase of constant resilience and early recovery, this is the time to further enhance their capacity by by enabling the cohort of professionals that have been already trained as first aiders to now take it further, to plan and implement early recovery and stabilization measures at a damaged composite heritage site, so which has all the elements of movable, immovable, and intangible heritage, to ensure that this field-based intervention can then generate practical guidance, that they can apply all of this knowledge in on-site directly, and further in a feedback loop inform how this methodology can be then further enhanced to support the resilient recovery of both tangible and intangible cultural heritage in Ukraine. So overall, the project outcomes, as you will see, this READY project was aimed at bringing together 45 to 50 multidisciplinary professionals trained from Creative Europe program countries. This will now be further enhanced, as you see in the red part, with 12 cultural first aiders who will be picked from a closed call of previously trained risk managers. And they will be added to this cohort from which we will then pick 20 to 30 trainers to be further trained, professionals to be further trained as trainers. The end of the project also looks at very important guidances that will come out of this, which is an open access free to download publication, which will collect the stories from each track. Something that sets this training apart is that it's not only that there is an online component and it's a long training, so each track has one entire year dedicated for that training, but it's also that post-training, these multidisciplinary professionals have to go back and actually apply their knowledge on the ground and test how well the methodology works and enhance preparedness in their institutions. So all these stories from each track will be captured in the form of a publication and will be culminated in a conference where we aim to have hopefully all our partners, you and everyone, to be able to share what we were able to learn from this. Within the track 3A, which is now the added track within READY, what will happen is that those 12 handpicked cultural first aiders will actually stabilize a heritage site. They will document how they stabilized this step by step in a guidance on emergency stabilization, and also be able to give a site-specific recovery and rehabilitation plan. This is our pilot effort to actually put in practice what we have been teaching as a methodology, and we really hope to see that there will be strengthened results that we are able to share with all of you very soon. The READY training is targeting basically professional safeguarding living traditions, knowledge, practices. So as we said, community members as well as heritage and historic building facility managers, site managers, anyone basically that is remotely dealing with, working with heritage day to day, cultural bearers, community leaders who have a stake in their heritage, as well as experts in civil protection, disaster risk management, climate adaptation, and emergency response. So we're trying to bring the entire cohort together to really focus on interagency coordination and cooperation, building also, as Mohana mentioned previously, on excellent efforts by Proculther, who is also a partner in this project. The READY Track 1, which concluded recently in February 2026, saw 156 applications, 94% of whom had never participated in similar EU training. So this is quite an exciting number, from which we selected 24 professionals from 19 countries across Creative Europe. We currently have 18 technical partners, as I mentioned, Proculther-Net being part of our cohort of technical partners and advisors from about 14 countries together. So this really helps us to keep the case studies more grounded and implementation much stronger. And it's also wonderful to see a lot of these partners and familiar faces presenting today at this wonderful conference. Over to you, Mohana, to continue.
Thank you, Joey. So basically building on what Joey said, I think READY was conceived in a way that we are not to do this alone. We have our technical partners, 18 of them, and Kikirpa, Proculther, and many partners who are joining us is key to building this curriculum, to build this training. And with that in mind, how we frame each year is that we start with a curriculum design meeting where partners come together to identify problems, to identify the gaps, and to also identify their own experiences and knowledge and case studies and tools to bring them together to build a strong curriculum that is also rooted to the context of the participants. Then we go into an immersive training where we start with an online foundational training where we give basic concepts and terms to our participants, which then leads to our in-person training, usually in the host countries. So thanks to the Ministry of Culture of Latvia for track 1. And this year, we're very happy to have our partner in Romania. And I saw the presentation also from Romania. So we are going to be hosted by Romania this year. And we go to the host country to do our in-person training, which is a very immersive kind of training where we work with the local stakeholders to develop the training as well as to deliver it very much hands-on, following some of the steps of the tools that we collect together with our partners. This post-training, we also encourage our participants to carry out field projects, which are then mentored by ICROM through online meetings. And whatever the learning outcomes are from the trainings are then implemented through field projects, through properly made action plans that are reviewed by experts, and then they are implemented on the ground. And finally, in order to disseminate these results, which aims to basically bring in, again, different sectors to come, and so policymakers to come together to showcase the evidence of how prevention pays and how there are small, simple steps, cost-efficient ways of taking little steps that can help us to reduce impacts and to enhance our preparedness when disaster strikes. And so this is kind of a format for every track. So in track 1, we were in Latvia with our partners and these are kind of the modules that were identified with them, together with them. And if you move on to the next slide, Joey. The overall idea of READY is that we have a more integrated approach that recognizes cultural heritage not as an individual site or an object, because I know that we have been saying that track 1 is more for movable while track 2 is more for immovable, but the concept is kind of conceived in a way that we put heritage within an interconnected system spanning landscapes, ecosystems, and communities as well. This means that risks to heritage are assessed across multiple spatial scales, from individual objects and institutions to territories to ecosystems and to transboundary contexts, which acknowledges heritage as deeply embedded in the land water systems, in the resource use practices, and also within the social dynamics of the area. And in today's context, I mean, extreme weather events and conflicts, they do not only damage physical assets, but also disrupt the natural system, the mobility patterns, the cultural practices, everything that is associated with the heritage and the ones that create heritage, that maintains heritage, and that transmits heritage. So the modules of READY are designed to reflect this complexity, and we guide participants to move beyond the site-based thinking and to look at multi-risk systematic analysis, integrating climate disaster and conflict perspectives, and incorporating community knowledge and practices. And as Dewey mentioned earlier, READY is also built on ICROM's field-based experience and field-based tools, such as the big project that we did in Ukraine, as well as several tools that ICROM has developed, including the codified methodology of first aid to cultural heritage in times of crisis, as well as toolkits such as PATH and community-based indicators that look at assessing conflict risk to heritage.
So we'll run through this. I know that we are almost actually already out of time, so we'll run through this pretty quickly. So as we've already mentioned the format, it started with a foundational training where we talked about risk assessments for living and movable cultural heritage with the community of Latvia. So it wasn't only partners, but we actually, within the in-person training, ensured that participants had direct connection to the communities and they're able to see how the interaction actually occurs. we were also able to ensure that the Upite community, one of the Upite community member was actually someone that was working with that community was a participant, and they were able to bring the Upite community, which is a little village on the border of Latvia and Russia, to talk to us and to actually hear from them how their interactions with heritage is, how they center, use, and feel about heritage. And this was then recorded in terms of oral histories through this dedicated session. We also had, as Mohana mentioned, we have some tools that were pre-developed, and this training was built on it. We also played Insight, which is a tool available free to download on the website, which enables participatory vulnerability and capacity assessment, where through a gamified approach, we're able to understand what is the importance of heritage for different stakeholders. How do they view it? What are the existing vulnerabilities, however, also what are the existing capacities? And then figure out also how this can play a role in disaster risk governance on a larger scale. This was also played with the community there in Latvia. There were also specific skill building directly on site for handling, packaging, and stabilizing heritage objects. As we say, we have a specific methodology that is then tested, tried with multidisciplinary and cross-sectoral actors directly on the ground. And this was also something that was implemented in person in Latvia. Mohana, do you want to take over this?
1 minute to go.
Sure, just to highlight that.
1 minute to go.
We need to.
Yes.
1 minute to go. Okay, we'll be quick. So just to sum it up, I think also it's this slide is basically the culmination of the trainings where we do scenario-based simulations. So everything that is learned by the participants in theory and also in hands-on practices is projected in a 3D visualized scenario, which is based on risk assessments. And we make our participants jump on the ground to respond to carry out the steps that they have learned in the exercises to respond to the situation and to safeguard cultural heritage. This was done in Latvia in the Ethnological Museum, Open Air Museum, and in collaboration, of course, with the State Fire and Rescue Services, with the National Guard and other stakeholders. Go on. And this kind of really helped us to understand the gaps within their own systems as well. And I think also helped the Latvian civil protection, the Latvian firefighters to understand where the gaps lie and how to collaborate more closely with the Upite community, because that was kind of the scenario. So anyway, the next step, which is the post-training field projects. Now we have our stars who are carrying out their field projects in over 20 countries, 20 field projects. One of them is Agrita Vitola from Latvia, and she has been working tirelessly with in bringing different sectors together. She is from the State Fire and Rescue Services, and she has been promoting the integration of cultural heritage within the civil protection system, bringing in the Ministry of Culture as well as other heritage sectors. So maybe we can hear a little bit from her. I don't know if you can hear it though.
No. No.
Oh, there's no sound, it seems.
It's over.
Because that's fine. I think maybe we can.
I think we can.
Skip.
We can. So there are other projects going on as well, but we will not go into the details. If we have 1 minute, we would like to share the video just to summarize ready. Otherwise, I think.
But if there's no sound, it's unfortunate. But let's see.
No, your time is over.
All right, then we'll just stop at this slide. The next steps, just quickly to highlight that until 31st March, the Ready Track 2 is now, the application for Ready Track 2 is open, and we hope to have support in disseminating this to whoever you think is relevant. Thank you very much for your patience and for listening to us. Thank you.
Many thanks. Many thanks. But I have to say it was a wonderful presentation. We all like to join in. We are ready to join in. And we are also ready to move to Peter Billing. Thank you very much. Peter Billing is also a distinguished professor, but he was previously Deputy Director for Emergency Management at DG ECHO at the European Commission. And he occupied various positions as Head of Unit Security, Training Exercise, and so on and so on. He's very, 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 very famous. And thank you very much for joining us today.
Okay, thank you, Romain, and thank you everybody for your patience. I'll try to be brief, I promise. So,
we'll see.
Very briefly, so I'm becoming a fan, actually, of cultural heritage. It's the second time I'm speaking in this context, and I'm very impressed about your achievements within this short time. What I'm going to talk about today briefly is the EUMA project, which is another project that is co-financed by the European Commission, and I'll show you how these two projects work together. So what is EUMA? EUMA stands for Creating a European Higher Education Network for Master's Programs in Disaster Risk Management. So what we are actually trying to establish is a pan-European master's program. I know there are many national programs, but there is actually no pan-European master program. So what we've done is we've founded a consortium of 7 universities across Europe. I will mention them later on. And the main objective is actually to reinforce and increase the capacity of individual staff members of civil protection authorities and disaster managers in the private sector. So really a comprehensive approach beyond the mere, let's say, civil protection area. The method that we choose is to establish a network of universities, first of all. Secondly, to develop and offer a tailor-made pan-European postgraduate master program with a curriculum, with, let's say, a really detailed sort of program to complement existing national university courses and also to complement the UCPM training program, which is quite extensive, but there is actually at the moment no complementary university part of it. And with this, we are actually closing, I think, a big gap. Now, the achievements we've gone through, like you in your projects, feasibility studies, workshops, seminars, excursions, exercises, you name it. We have established a book series, which at the moment consists of 7 books. They will be available as from summer this year. And let me just open a bracket here. It's a series, which means it is supposed to continue. And I invite the community here of cultural heritage. Maybe you would also want to contribute to that, one of the volumes in the future. So the book series will be available through Springer. We cover a lot of subjects. The program is interdisciplinary in nature. So I think cultural heritage would be very, very well placed. So we did a curriculum interdisciplinary. So we move from, let's say, the legal, institutional context to the hazards, through organizational matters, leadership matters. So really the broad spectrum of topics. We were able to establish this program. The program will actually start in October 26, so October this year, managed by the University of Vienna with 6 partners in this program. Now, what makes it special? I mentioned already, it's a European and international focus. So most of the programs existing at the moment, like CAFOMA in Germany, ÖRISC in Austria, they look at disaster management in a more national perspective. This one, the new one, will be European and international. It will be held by a broad pan-European network of universities. I mentioned already the interdisciplinarity, and we will combine, let's say, state-of-the-art science with a practical approach. So a lot of lecturers will come from the civil protection sector and in the future, of course, also from cultural heritage. So there is a strong link with civil protection. The target group, it's a course for professional, so it's a postgraduate. So you can do it part-time alongside your professional occupation. The target group comes from the, let's say, wider community, rescue services, police, medical, military, also the private sector. A lot of transnational companies are affected by disasters, and they have an interest, an inherent interest in having well-trained personnel that can deal with disaster and disaster risk management. The whole thing will be coordinated, as I said, by the University of Vienna, their postgraduate center, and we have partners from several countries, the Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna in Pisa. I think many of you know the institution, ICT in Twente, Netherlands, Dublin City University, Bonn University, and the Estonian Academy for Security Sciences in Tallinn. It will be 4 semesters, part-time, and follow a blended learning approach with intensive weekend workshops, online sessions. I think some of you, those who have gone through the NOHA program and humanitarian aid, you're familiar with this model, right? Okay, the curriculum. Just listing the main modules, well, obviously, foundations of risk prevention and disaster management, multi-hazards and risk assessment, international disaster management system, so from the national upward, the European, the international system, business continuity, so all the organizational internal matters, practical experience, practical exercises, and in particular, one module is dealing with electives. So the students can actually select from a number of elective modules that comprise logistics, AI, and so on. And this is important for this community, there is one course, 6.6, Protection of Cultural Heritage. So we have actually managed to integrate your preparatory work with all your, let's say, bulletins and so on. They can be integrated into this. So I think this is a pretty good example of how projects can actually work together and be integrative. And there is, somebody said earlier on, and what now? This is a matter of creating, let's say, a longer-term effect of your work and the work of this project. So protection of cultural heritage will be an elective course in the new program. What are the expected outcomes? To provide interdisciplinary knowledge on the value, vulnerability, and categorization of tangible and intangible cultural heritage. So I think this is pretty obvious, to introduce methods and tools for risk assessment, preparedness, and so on, to critically reflect on the roles of the different players, and to enable students to develop, assess, and implement measures and emergency plans. So basically everything that you have established here can be integrated into the courses. The participants will learn to identify and address risks, so to implement what they've learned, to apply strategies and tools, to coordinate and collaborate with the relevant stakeholders. Right? They learn how, I mean, I've talked earlier on, there are millions of stakeholders, or a lot of stakeholders, so you get to learn them. And to develop and assess cultural heritage protection plans. The schedule, this is the full schedule. I'm not going to each and every detail. The module 6, which will include this course on cultural heritage protection, will essentially be implemented in 2027. So we will start with the basics and then go into the more detailed and the elective courses that will start as from October 2027. So we still have a bit of time to work on the nuts and bolts, but I'm quite excited about putting this into practice. Now, last but not least, there's at the moment, we're in the promotion phase. I mean, I'm trying to promote, obviously, the program. You can either copy the QR code at the top, or you go to the website of the Graduate Center at Vienna University. Here you have the link, and there you can find all the more details. And the PowerPoint, of course, will also be shared. That's it from my side. Thank you very much. And I think I managed the time.
Absolutely wonderful within the time. So thank you very much. I'd like to be enrolled at this master. I don't know, I hope. Next, Damien Helly. Thank you very much for joining us. He was also a distinguished professor. He served as a visiting professor at the College of Europe in Bruges for more than 10 years, about 10 years. And also is an independent cultural advisor. And he has a lot of experience because he initiated also the launch of cultural solutions. So thank you very much for joining us. I hope you will tell more. And over to you.
How much time do you have?
You have normally 15 minutes.
Okay, fine.
And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. And thanks to the organizers for having us today. I know I'm the last speaker before the concluding session, so I'm going to try to either wake you up or give you some food for thoughts about how I would like us to think about the future of your community and your work. And thank you, Giovanni, for bringing me here today. We collaborated a few years ago on a joint roundtable with Proculther, and but we do more than that at Culture Solutions. So I would like to just share some ideas with you. So maybe a few words about what Culture Solution is. So it's an independent, non-partisan NGO registered in France. We launched it in 2018. And we are specialized in EU international cultural relations. So the idea for us is to be a kind of safe space for all stakeholders involved in EU international cultural relations, to share know-how, to exchange about their practice, and to think about how Europeans work together in culture outside the EU, beyond the boundaries of the EU. We have a theory of change that you can see on our website. We have more than 4,500 followers on social media. We're a tiny organization with very little funding, but it also gives us the freedom we need to be this independent voice in this environment of EU international cultural relations. We have been involved in this agenda because we were part of the expert group preparing the CSDP concept on cultural heritage protection in crisis of the European External Action Service in 2020. We worked with ALIF for the preparatory conference then. I will spare you all the details of what we've done recently, but before I go into some sort of lessons learned exercise together with you, I would like to jump on what I've heard today, because there are things that are not on my slides that I think I would like to share. The first thing is, you're not a niche. We are not a niche. I heard that several times today, and I think it's true. And because there's not a niche, we need to keep our doors open to actors or stakeholders that are not part of our so-called family. And in that sense, I think we mentioned uniforms, but we haven't mentioned green uniforms. Perhaps the scariest of those for those who are quite pacifist and wary about the role of the military. But when you enter a conflict zone or a disaster zone, you need to have this the safe access corridor being made, and it's going to be made by those who have green uniforms. And I haven't seen many of those in your exercises. So one idea is maybe open some doors to some more green uniforms and engage on the dialogue with them. Same with climate experts. We mention them sporadically, but I think they should be more systematically embarked on all our discussions. The private sector, you've just mentioned them, Peter, but we hadn't heard much about that during the day. But they have the money, and at some point, more resources will have to come from them. I also think of the big tech in the digitization business, the platformization, and so on. Some partnerships will have to be invented in the near future. Now, the second big point is about saying that what you're doing is already very, very international. I know it's a mostly inside the EU-focused project, but you mentioned Japan, you mentioned EU borders of Ukraine, Latvia with Russia. There were Romanian colleagues who could have spoken of Moldova. You mentioned Chile, Brazil, Mediterranean. Turkish colleagues are on board. Palestine, Israel, Iraq, Caucasus. So we are already doing external action, and even if in the Brussels jargon, we're not supposed to be qualified as external action per se, I would like just to encourage you to think international and global, and what you do internally to prepare for disasters or potential risk or conflict-related risk within the EU is of use outside with international partners. So what you're building among yourselves is part of a potential international toolbox, and you need to really be aware of the value of what you're doing on that. Another point, third point, is the intercultural awareness of what you're doing. We mentioned communities, but we didn't unpack that name or that word. And we spoke a lot about churches. But what about mosques in Europe? What about synagogues? There is a big mosque just a couple of hundred of meters from here, which is part of the Belgian heritage. So I would like to encourage ourselves to be a little bit more less Christian cultural focused and a little bit more cultural diversity focused about Europe itself as a already globalized society. And it will also help us to engage in dialogue with other colleagues outside the EU about the cultural diversity of the work you do. I know it's maybe an obvious thing for you, for conservators, for cultural heritage experts, but let's try to open up also our lenses on this intercultural dimension. Everything we're doing here is very fragile. You're working on actually quite scarce resources with the ECHO money. There's less money at national level. We are at war with Russia. We don't know for how long we'll have all these resources to keep doing the work. So at some point, we'll have to diversify the business model of this community. So let's also think about this in terms of resilience. Even ALIF is a small organization. How long will they be able to maintain their partnership with the Gulf countries or China? Big question. So, and last point that is not on my slide, faith-based communities as partners. I love the presentation on Croatia with the Priests Association. You all experienced that some way or another, but it can be formalized as an approach in your protocols, in your forms, in your toolkits. There is a taboo about religion in the EU, but we should break this taboo, because what drives people, mostly outside the EU, is faith. And we need to be aware of this. And even if we're becoming a secular society, many of our citizens are still very much driven by faith. So that was my parenthesis as an introduction, and now I will get back to my lessons that I had prepared in advance with my slides. First lesson, Ukraine is completely transforming our agenda. It's influencing the ongoing project that have to inject some new components. We've just heard it from READY project, with whom I feel very close in terms of approach. And it has occupied our agenda. It's concerning, but it was necessary. And it's paradoxically, and not in a cynical way, it's an opportunity to innovate, to learn from what is happening there. Second, Ukraine has accelerated innovations in all sectors. So we need to learn from Ukrainians, because they are forced to do better than all of us here to survive. So great to invite them, great to embark them. Same with Palestinians. Palestinians have invented resilient ways of doing business in the heritage, in the cultural, in the whatever, food sector. They have a lot to teach us. Third lesson. In Ukraine, there's so much help arriving now that the donor coordination challenge is becoming, again, a problem, as in any conflict or any disaster theater. We need to be aware of this. Donors will start competing to access the leadership of the Ukrainian beneficiaries. Let's be reasonable about that, and let's be rational about that. Lesson 4, there is still a lot of good work to do to enhance EU coherence between DGs and services and working cultures, the humanitarian values, the security-based values, the peace-building values. All these communities at some point have to find a common ground and common space to talk to each other. When I'm told by those specialized in humanitarian action that they don't do external action, I don't buy that anymore. I've been around these blocks for 25 years. I don't believe this. Now, the imperative is unity. EU doesn't have the choice anymore. So stop using your silo thinking. Break silos. And the projects can break silos by being innovative in inviting colleagues and disturbing the prejudices. Lesson 5, because of Ukraine, the justice agenda is really arriving in front of us, on our face, because there is a demand for justice and reparation, and there is a very strong now work being done between cultural heritage protection, data collection, and preparation of evidence in the judicial processes. So the judicial processes around Ukraine is a new reality in the international scene that will inform your work, because there will be jurisprudence, there will be a new international court, and it's going to involve all your legal expertise colleagues in your work. So start getting in touch with ministries of justice, prosecutors, so on and so forth, forensic people, so on, because you will, at some point you will be called to bring the evidence or to bring some data in these processes. Lesson 6, to quote Alexander Stubb, Finnish president, quoted himself by Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, we are now living with value-based realism, but it leads to double standards, right? We have not been able to invest as much as in Ukraine, as in Gaza or Sudan. We are not doing almost nothing on Sudan. So we need to be aware of this. And final lesson, we are growing EU defense. The budget for defense is being multiplied by 5 in the next EU budget, in the competitiveness fund, by 5. It's absolutely unprecedented. So very soon, our military capabilities will create problems that you are guys trying to solve, working on damage caused by others. But very soon, if we have the military capabilities, we'll be the one being able to cause damage. So we need already your expertise to integrate it in the doctrines, in the rules of engagement of our military colleagues, so that they don't make the mistakes that you are trying to repair every day. Thank you for your attention.
Absolutely perfect. And for the lesson learned as well. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much, Romain. Thank you very much to our speakers. I will now leave the floor to Giovanni, because we are really out of time and we have still a presentation. But
I also asked to Nadia Francaviglia to join me here. I take the floor now because I don't know if I will be able to stay till the end, because I have to go. I have a plane to catch. So probably we should have taken half a day more for this program. I know that this is the last session of this project, so we have a lot of willingness to share what we have done. And there are a lot of reflections, and Damien just show us that we have to even think with a broader scope. Because I think that a lot of the lessons that were presented are absolutely real, and we have to take into consideration them in the future. Now, we are at the end of this phase. As it was said several times, I think we have achieved positive results in these 2 years. And we are lucky enough that we receive already the funding to continue. Nadia will guide us through the next phase. But as it was said by several speakers, but mostly by Erwan this morning from DG ECHO, we also have to think to the sustainability and what is going to happen next. We have 2 years of time. We have a program. Nadia will present us. Already today, I'm going home with a lot of new ideas, or either elements that we need maybe to better integrate into our thinking for the next phase. Keeping in mind that we cannot do everything. It would be nice to be able to do everything, but if I, you know, as a project, as a community, maybe yes, we will be able to do everything. But as a project, you know, being a project director for many years, I know that at a certain point we have to respect what we have signed for and why they are giving us the money. And of course, we always broaden the scope of our projects. However, we have to be realistic, and to know what we can do and what it will be difficult to do as a project. As partnership, yes, we can do much more, much more. So it's a bit strange because I'm thanking before the end of the meeting, but I would like to really thank first all of you for being here. Then the project manager Tiziana and all the project team, Nadia, Simon, the colleagues from Villa Montesca that are supporting all our activities, all the partners from the different institutions. So I will not make the listing, but all of you, a big thank for the great collaboration. I have to thank also, to give a special thank to the colleagues that in Italy, in my department, my own institution, supported us a lot with all the development of the project, and more specifically, all the technical elements of the project was overseen by Veronica, Simona, and all the other colleagues that are not here today. And so it's very important. Then, of course, I'm thanking again Kikirpa for the support given to us today. And to all the speakers that shared with us the presentation. And I leave the floor to Nadia, and I'll try to stay as much as I can.
Thank you, Giovanni. We will start this presentation of Proculter for All, so the next initiative with a little bit of magic, so from 20 minutes to 5 minutes presentation, and it's absolutely perfect to be after the very insightful presentation from Cultural Solution, because absolutely the core goal of this next initiative, I very briefly present the consortium because it is fair in front of our partners who still believes in this initiative from Turkey. HAFAD, the Italian Civil Protection, is of course still the coordinator, the German Archaeological Institute, la Direction de la Sécurité Civile et la Gestion des Crises, but we are also very happy to welcome the Warrant Officer School of the State Fire Services in Krakow from Poland, and the Museums and Monuments of Portugal. And also let me very briefly introduce you a very, if I may say, complete set of associated partners. So UNESCO, le Ministère de la Culture, also with Blue Shield France, THW, and La Junta de Castilla y León are on board since almost the beginning, and Romania. So thanks a lot again for this fantastic presentation of today, and AFAD Bursa, and Corila, the consortium for the coordination of researches about the Venice Lagoon. And we will see how all these partners will work together with a very ambitious objective. So in line with EU preparedness strategies that have been issued, as you know better than me, 2025, this new proposal has been shaped to be totally in line with this whole of society approach. So because in the EU preparedness strategy, also cultural heritage is considered as a vital resilience societal function. So for those who still believe that cultural heritage is a niche sector, I think that today we fully demonstrated the contrary. Of course, the implementing decision about the possibility for the mechanism to have and so to train also modules, so specific teams for the protection of cultural heritage. So the Proculther for initiative has funding principle, so the same as before, let's say, so reinforcing this new sector of civil protection with a new perspective, what is called the wall of society approach. So, of course, till now we have focused a lot on the training, capacity building of experts from DRM sector and cultural heritage sector, including also in our processes also the research, the academic field, and our bulletins are a good example of this integrated approach. But the EU has a more global approach. So to be in line with what has highlighted Damien before me. So a lot of these paths traced in the EU preparedness strategy, so the all-hazard approach, the fact to include multiple stakeholders is not still enough. So we need to include new actors, the private sector, as already mentioned before me. So, for example, we know perfectly how during emergency, all the logistic providers, the engineer societies can be crucial to support the response phase, but also include more and more communities, citizens. So we know perfectly, and a lot of researches, projects, programs have fully demonstrated how the protection, the cultural heritage is becoming more and more not just the recipient of the protection, but also a driver for resilience also in the recovery, so in the post-event, in the event phase. So we always focused, as already very well explained by our colleagues today, on, of course, movable, immovable heritage, but we always wanted to focus also to the intangible, so everything that is connected, so practices, traditional knowledge is connected with the community, and this will be really the focus of this future initiative. But as I'm sure I was not here today morning, but I'm sure that Giovanni already said, let's not reinvent the wheel. We will look around and discover, analyze what is already done, because we have already mentioned, for example, in Italy, all the training specifically focused for the volunteers that aims to give their support for the protection of cultural heritage in emergency. And we know perfectly how volunteers, citizens, community are fundamental also but if they are trained, of course. So not the last minute volunteers. So the idea is to, collect all these good practices, see if they are in line with the EU standards, and draft this wall of society action plan. So how to include this more large, more global approach to the protection of cultural heritage. So, of course, we don't forget other European projects ongoing. So we will update the mapping that we have already done. We, of course, will continue on the specific demand of the Commission to train experts, of course. So professional training will be absolutely one of the action that will be implemented on the basis of the methodology that has been updated this year. So the idea is that there is always room for enlarging the scope of the very impressive number of experts already trained under Proculther-Net 2. I want to mention also MODEX, so the European exercise, full-scale exercise. Veronica showed you the very, for us, moving, touching video of this MODEX. And I take this opportunity to recall, because I'm sure they are following us from WebEx, the very important role that volunteers from City of Venice had in this particular exercise. Given the very, very specific geographical context, the work carried out by the skeleton module from Germany was absolutely commendable, but without these volunteers, I think that the task would have been very, very difficult. So very important to also underline how can be crucial the presence also of trained volunteer, of course, in this focus. So we will continue, of course, doing awareness activities, also thanks to the very rich group of associated partners, for example, thanks also to Coria, who is a focal point for UNDRR for the Resilient City campaign, and Krakow and Bursa would be a pilot site. So the consortium has been conceived in this perspective. I, of course, conclude with the call. We have planned 4 further issues of the technical bulletin. It is really a crossroad between the RM and cultural heritage experts. So please, if you have best practice, lesson learned to share, knows that for this specific subject, the technical bulletin is the right place. So I finish. Sorry for this very, very quick overview, but we don't have the time. So if you have a question, please don't hesitate to contact us. Remember also that we have the possibility to organize study visits to promote exchange among different countries. We can have interesting practice. We will organize a lot of seminars, workshops for exchange. So this is has been always the approach. All that you have seen, the methodology, everything, it is the results of exchange. Okay, so we are eager to listen from you. Thank you. Stay tuned.
Just to thank all of you, and it was really a long day. If there are questions, of course, we will try to answer. If not, you can reach out us via mail or using the different communication channels that we have open. Once again, I would like to thank all the team that is behind the organization of the project and of today. And I hope to see you very soon, and I leave the floor to you.
Thank you, Giovanni. Just to say, without his vision, it would be not possible anything. So thank you very much, Giovanni. Thank you very much. Okay, just to say something. Okay, the conference, the final conference, are being recorded and will be available on YouTube. And we will also share all the PowerPoint presentation. You will receive all the, you have our contacts if you need to contact us. If you want to share, as already said, Nadia, if you want to share with us any best practices or lessons learned, please help us to continue in this job. We need to feed this new civil protection sector. We are really motivated, as you have seen, and we hope you will join us. And then, before leaving, you will receive an evaluation form to let us know all the delay accumulated, how it was difficult for you to follow us. But please, just share with us your feedback. We need for future initiative, we need to, this information always to know if how we can, our approach can be better than this, also, as usual. Thank you very much, really. It was an honor and a privilege. Thank you very much. See you in Proculther for all.